Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Marta Gutman. I'm the Dean of the Spitzer School of Architecture, the premier public school of architecture in New York City. This morning, it's my great privilege to welcome you to this international virtual symposium organized by Kasim Shepard in conjunction with the exhibit Mass Support, Flexibility, and Resident Agency in Housing that's on view in the Spitzer School's Atrium Gallery. As is our wont, I'll begin by acknowledging that the Spitzer School of Architecture, grounded on the schist bedrock outcrop of Harlem, is situated upon the ancestral homeland and territory of the Munsee Lenape, Wappinger, and Wequassajek peoples. As members of an educational community, we are obliged to know the histories of dispossession that have allowed the City College of New York to grow and thrive on this vibrant terrain. As designers and thinkers, we endeavor to build in ways that lead toward justice, and we are committed to working to dismantling the ongoing consequences of settler colonialism. So in that vein, this symposium is welcome. Mass Support supports the legacy and contemporary relevance of the Stichting Architecten Research, SAR, and excuse my Dutch, a Dutch architectural think tank active between 1964 and 1990 that proposed a radical new way of thinking about mass housing, one that fused the efficiency of industrial construction with the flexibility of user customization. Initially led by John Habraken, the SAR suggested new functions for the construction industry, for households, and crucially for architects. Today, an impressive array of speakers will address flexibility, resident input, and modular building in contemporary residential architecture. The symposium will complement and extend the exhibition's themes, exposing the audience who consists of students, academics, policymakers, and practitioners to the under-examined interface of robust community engagement and innovative construction technology. I look forward to their insights on these important questions. What can resident control enable politically? What can modular construction enable architecturally? And what can flexibility enable at the neighborhood scale? So I'd like to close by offering some thank yous and recognition of that the exhibition and symposium are the products of a unique collaboration between the Spitzer School of Architecture here at City College, the Architectural League of New York, and the Curatorial Research Collective of the TUE with support of the Consulate General of the Netherlands in New York. So thank yous to Dutch Culture USA, a program of the Consulate General of the Netherlands here in New York City, the Architectural League, especially its extraordinary director, Rosalie Ginevro, and the Curatorial Research Collective of TU Eindhoven, which curated the exhibition. Habraken taught for decades at this school, and the spirit of his inquiry endures along with his commitment to architecture as a social endeavor. And last but not least, I extend my thanks to the staff, students, and faculty of the Spitzer School, no one more so than Kasim Shepard. The room is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Martha, and thank you all so much for being here. This is really, truly an incredible group of people, both the attendees and the panelists. As Martha said, this is a really wonderful opportunity to extend the themes of this exhibition, which we've been so excited to be able to host here at the Spitzer School of Architecture. And that is the work of many, many, many people, chief among them my colleagues in the Curatorial Research Collective, some of whom you'll hear from in a moment, who have tirelessly worked to bring together this exhibition that started out by exploring a deep dive into the archives to explore the legacy of the SAR and of its founding director, John Habraken. A huge inspiration to me, a really wonderful episode in history. But then as the more and more we got into it, we realized the extent to which a lot of the themes that were most important to the SAR and to Abraken, those of flexibility and resident agency primary among them, were themes that really resonated with this contemporary moment of crisis. We need a lot of new solutions to the international housing crisis, but we also need to revisit overlooked or discarded strategies from our recent past. And it's in that spirit that the work of John Abraken and the SAR offers some, I think, useful pathways for a range of seemingly contradictory imperatives. For example, how do we balance a commitment to self-determination, the self-determination of residents, with the need to build more housing units quickly and economically? How can we leverage a detailed understanding and a detailed reading of the minutiae of things like zoning and building codes in the service of really bold, ambitious visions to reshape the built fabric of our cities and our suburbs? How can we utilize sustained observation of demographic change and household diversity to inform concrete design proposals for housing that empowers its users, that overcomes political and financial inertia, and that anticipates change? So I'm really pleased to engage into a conversation about that. We have three really excellent panels today. The first will think about sort of new organizational forms for housing, resident-led housing that incorporates flexibility, as well as the agency of residents in really interesting and innovative ways. The second will explore prefabricated and modular construction technology and how you can think about that as a way of enabling flexibility and resident agency, especially if you reframe the question of what kind of problems is prefab or modular trying to solve. Then we'll have a quick break, and then at 2 p.m., please come back for a really blockbuster panel on suburban fabric, kind of opening up the scale a little bit to thinking about how can we think about flexibility, how can we think about the self-determination of not only individual users of units, but also neighborhoods and communities when it comes to really thinking about understanding what are the roadblocks to encouraging greater flexibility in this moment where we do need to come up with a whole bunch of new settlement patterns and a whole bunch of new ways of thinking about suburban fabric. But to give you guys a little bit of history, I hope those of you who are in New York are able to come and see the exhibition in the gallery at the Spitzer School if you haven't already. For those of you who are not, I will include in the recordings of this event some really excellent photography of the exhibition, but it's no substitute for the real thing. But we did want to kind of ground this conversation in a little bit of the historical context that SAR and Abraken were working in, and hopefully that will illuminate some of the resonances between the different contemporary practices that we'll hear from. So I'd love to invite my colleague and doctoral supervisor, Sergio Figueiredo, who is the convener of the Curatorial Research Collective and a really fascinating expert, not just in architecture, but in architecture culture, how architecture communicates at various moments in time through institutions, through publications, and most of all through exhibitions. Some of the concerns that the field and the discipline at large are most invested in, as well as greater, broader issues of social concern outside of architecture that are interpreted through an architectural lens. Sergio, as an expert in architecture culture, and specifically in the role and evolution of architectural institutions in the Netherlands, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit, everyone assembled here today, about how the SAR fits into what was happening to Dutch housing in the couple of decades after the end of World War II. What role were architects playing in this moment that was super transitional for the Dutch built environment? And how did the SAR sort of fit into that?
Yeah, Kasim, hi. Hello, everyone as well. Thank you for having me. That is, I would say, an excellent question, but also a fundamental question, because in many ways, the SAR and Abraken's own thinking is in many ways a product of its time. So basically in the Netherlands, in the post-war period in general, but particularly in the late 1960s, there was an enormous change experienced in Dutch society. So there was an economic change, there was a new economic prosperity in the Netherlands, which was fueled not only by post-war economic recovery, but also by the discovery of new gas fields in the Groningen area, so in the north of the country. Coupled with that, there were also social and demographic changes at the same time. So there were new influx of immigrants from different countries. So from Suriname, from Morocco, from Spain, from the Antilles. And with this influx of new inhabitants, there were also new expectations for how to live. Also, even new ways of families, like there were different types of families that were not necessarily predominant in the Netherlands at the time. However, it is also important to contrast that, this sort of bold new change that was happening in Dutch society with what had happened in post-war reconstruction. So in the aftermath of the war, there was an enormous reconstruction campaign which was initiated with the aim to build about 1 million homes or 1 million dwellings within more or less a decade. So the emphasis in this reconstruction campaign was obviously quantity in order to respond very quickly and very, let's say, as efficiently as possible to housing shortages. Therefore, the Dutch government had decreed that the financing of housing projects in the Netherlands was going to be dependent on how well these housing projects fulfilled certain expectations, particularly those that had been prescribed in a law from 1951, which was called the Prescriptions and Hints for Housing, which meant that, in fact, there was a bit of uniformity that had been created because they all were fulfilling to the same functional requirements. Not only that, but they were being built in a massive scale. I prepared a few images, so yeah, I'm just going to share my screen just for a little bit. Yes. So, for example, what you can see here, this is the typical 1950s type of urban development in the Netherlands, which is even has a Dutch name, which is called stamp urbanism, which basically means developing one unit that then it just gets stamped all over the place. So there's an inherent repetition to it. And with it, of course, a great uniformity, right? This was also, let's say, supercharged in the early 1960s when the housing minister at the time, still intent on sort of counteracting the housing shortage that was still acute by then, not only attempted to stimulate housing production, but also to encourage industrialized building techniques. Again, this created a lot of uniformity in the built environment. Oops, a little bit too far. This created a lot of uniformity in the built environment because it's really supported and fostered this sort of large-scale approach. And this was developed in new suburbs, and this is the Bijlmermeer project, which at the time was a suburb of Amsterdam, so in new projects, but also in renovation projects for inner cities, which meant that all in all, it meant that the block of gallery flats became the dominant form of housing in the Netherlands very quickly. So the consequence of these big building projects of system buildings and other rationalizations of the building process was, in fact, the creation of a rather monotonous urban fabric, primarily in the suburbs, but also increasingly so in the inner cities, with almost the same block of flats and almost the same terraced houses everywhere in the Netherlands being more or less the same. So this has been identified by some critics in the Netherlands as an urban environment that was seemingly lifeless, monotonous, and where very little attention was paid to the user or the inhabitant. Now, the SAR, as will become apparent, I suppose, during the not only this period of introduction, but also during the talks that will be subsequent to this, the SAR was actually appeared as a response to that. It had a practical component to it, which was actually the realization by some architects in the Netherlands that by following an industrialized building process, the architect was losing its position within the building process itself. So there was a big concern that construction companies were taking the leads in developing and shaping the built environment in the Netherlands. But there was also this concern about reconnecting what Haverken would claim in his 1961 book, the supports and infills, reconnect man and its environment. This was, I have to say that this was also something that was already appearing in the Dutch architectural circles, particularly with the establishment of, or not the establishment, but the institution or the appointment of a new editorial board at the magazine Forum, an editorial board that included the Dutch members of Team 10, so people like Jaap Bakema, but also Aldo van Eyck, and also a young Herman Hertzberger. And when just to get a sense of how there was a changing tides in the perception of the built environment, at this period, in the first issue of this new editorial board, they titled the issue Another Idea. And the idea was precisely similar to what Haverkamp would claim in 61, so a couple of years later, which was to connect or reestablish the relationship between man and the environment, which according to the editorial board had been, let's say, thrown off balance by bureaucratic and technocratic forces. So this is where the SAR emerges in this context of change, social, demographic, economic change in the Netherlands, but also, let's say, a building landscape that has been entirely dominated by industrialized techniques. What is also important to understand about the SAR is that while they were very much aiming to develop a type of variation and a type of participation of users into the design and the building process, they wanted to do this by associating with the building industry. Mm-hmm. So basically, there was a backlash at this moment that there had been an enormous focus on quantity, and then the focus should now be on quality. But what the SAR was proposing was that you didn't have to focus on one at the expense of the other. So why not focus on quality while also focus on quantity, and therefore engage directly with the building practices?
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting about the refusal of that binary between quantity or quality was really the notion that what really had to be at root was not so much a different kind of architectural quality in terms of finished form, but really trying to reintroduce the agency of the user to restore what Bracken referred to as the natural relationship between an occupant and their dwelling. In terms of his own personal biography, I had the great honor of interviewing him in his home last year, actually a year ago this week, and he described in great detail how one of his earliest influences was actually growing up in Java, in what is now Indonesia, where he lived the first 20 years of his life, and being deeply influenced by observing the kampong in the part of Java near Bandung where he grew up. Self-built housing by residents using generational knowledge that met all of their needs. And then when his family moved to the Netherlands, he too sort of, even though he was ethnically Dutch, an immigrant in that huge wave as well, being confronted with the landscape you describe and really having it not make much sense, this notion of a complete lack of control or agency on the part of residents, especially given that demographic context of a diversity of different household types, but a supply from these industrial solutions for housing of a very homogeneous series of building types.
Exactly.
And yeah,
exactly.
So I think that also the refusal. I mean, you mentioned some of the context of other people in architecture at the time thinking about flexibility, thinking about agency. But what I find really almost unique about the SAR's approach to this was the refusal to be either, boutique one-offs or something that was utopian. A desire to really work with and leverage the possibilities of industrial construction to recognize the reality of the need for this huge increase in supply, but never to sacrifice that self-determination on the part of residents to be part of a consultative process in thinking about what exactly their space needs were, and then how to think about how to design for those things that you can't necessarily anticipate. And this is a theme that runs through so much of his work and writing. I'm pleased to remind everyone that a new book of his short works has recently has just come out, edited by John Dale and Stephen Kendall. Stephen Kendall, a lifelong mentee and friend and collaborator of John Bracken's. So the work continues to live on in its text form, but it also continues to resonate, I think, with a lot of things that we're seeing in terms of new strategies for addressing the housing emergency that we find ourselves in today.
Yes, of course. I mean, that's all true, of course. And you see that and you recognize that precisely in the 1961 book, Supports and Infills, which originally was called Supports and Demands, and in the Dutch version, The End of Mass Housing.
Supports and People. It was, yeah.
Supports and Peoples, and mensen is people in Dutch, sorry. Supports and People. And this diagram actually alludes to it quite nicely, which is one of the things that he proposed in that book, or perhaps the most significant element that he proposed in that book, was this entire separation between supports and infills. And supports not being only defined as, let's say, structural elements in a building, but being the community supported elements of a building, of which then individuals could have their own agency in regards to their own living environments. So this would be initially set up by consultations with architects. Actually, in fact, in that book, he doesn't specify this, but this is what we know from the SAR's processes and techniques, as in basically applying his concept to the standard design and building practices of the Netherlands, or attempting to. So having consultation with architects, developing their own individual layouts. So basically using the rigidity of supports to create a flexibility for the infills. There were two moments for that. One was the original moment in which the infills would be created precisely in accordance to the tastes and preferences and ideas and needs of users and inhabitants. And then on a second level, once those inhabitants would decide to change their homes, they could do so very easily with prefabricated infill packages, they were called. So provided by industry, so industrially produced and available for purchase, they could just change their home at will without the need to involve any type of specialist in that process. So the SAR actually becomes this sort of, becomes a way to attempt to realize the ideas that were entirely conceptual in the book that Haberkan put forward in '61. And it is also touching upon the point that you were making, that it didn't want to be a one-off, right? It wasn't about trying to create one particular building, but it was really about trying to influence and shape the ways in which the building process would be developed. I mean, this is anecdotal, but for example, this image that I'm showing you now does not come from this book from Haberkan, because he refused to introduce any type of imageries into the book so that people would not be fixated or focused on one particular formal expression. He was very concerned in presenting the idea as an idea and allowing others to then give form to it. And that is also how it ended up with the SAR. So the SAR as a research office, or let's say the SAR as a foundation that had a research office, the research office was not particularly concerned with formal expressions as much as it was in establishing methodologies and establishing policies and approaches that could be and should be, in fact, according to them, should be used by any architect in the Netherlands. So instead of designing something, they determined that it would be much better to develop the systems through which something can be designed, in which there is user consultation and there is the leverage of industrial processes.
Absolutely. And I think, that's such an important point, because they weren't, designing for not only formal expression, they were also not designing for something to be finished, right? It was about advancing specific methodologies that could reintroduce a sense of agency on the part of residents into determining what is the configuration that makes the most sense for that particular household. And I think sometimes when those who do remember the SAR think about it in terms of the technical solution that was advanced, but I think it's always important to remember that what's at this root is not necessarily the technical solution, but this deep desire, this refusal to remove the agency of users from that decision-making process. Who decides when about what? How can we design now for uses and different program requirements that we can't possibly anticipate? I love this image, which sort of demonstrates some of the different ways in which they design processes for user consultation with residents who might have different kinds of household arrangements and different kinds of family structures, different kinds of needs for their space. And that emphasis on the diversity of different household types and how you can sort of create systems to deeply observe how people use space and use that to inform how you can create systems that can change over time. I think it's something that really resonates today. They also were very involved in informing pedagogy. As was mentioned, one initial home, both for Bracken as a professor and teacher and curriculum builder, and also for the SAR and their experimental approach to sort of designing these processes, was at the TUE, the Eindhoven University of Technology. One of the many sort of interesting architects who's continuing to interpret and reinterpret and think about the lasting influence of these ideas is Tom Franzen, who studied at the TUE after John Bracken had left and had moved to chair the architecture faculty at MIT in 1975. But some of the legacy, I think, of these pedagogical focus on levels, on hierarchy, on thinking about dimensions as the interface between design and construction and users, continue to remain as part of the pedagogy, and continues to be something that I think a lot of designers, especially those involved in the open building network, which maybe Tom will mention, continue to innovate on. So Tom started his career after graduating from TUE in 1995, and since then, his award-winning office, Franzen et al., has completed a number of buildings. But in 2009, he added a new hyphen to his identity in founding Lemniscala Projects, together with building manager Klaus Osseren, to develop architectural projects from initiative to completion as an architect and as a developer. So I'm very pleased to invite Tom to share with us a little bit of his approach to open building, the legacy of both this educational parameters that were established at the TUE, but also the lasting influence of Bracken on Dutch architecture, and how his views on these learnings have changed as his career has evolved. So welcome, Tom. Please share with us.
Thank you. It's nice to be here in this symposium. And to be honest, when I studied in Eindhoven, I wasn't very much interested in the SAR. It was seen by my fellow students as a little bit boring. So it only came up later in my career again. And when I shift to the now, we see that we are at the same task as Bracken was in the 60s. We are supposed to build almost 1 million new homes in the next decade. And the Netherlands is a small country, highly densely populated. And we have a large carbon footprint and a large nitrogen problem. Our nature reserves are in a very bad state. And it doesn't allow us to build as quickly as we want. But our government really focuses on speed. And therefore, there was a recent report, Residential Housing Within Ecological Constraints, about the use of resources, carbon footprint, and the environmental impact, to see if there could be other issues addressed other than speed. And it was done by a couple of sustainability consulting companies and a couple of local governments. And they identified 5 or actually 6 different strategies to do so. And being the first strategy, a zero strategy, a better use of the existing housing stock. We have a lot of people in the Netherlands that live in houses or apartments that are simply too big for the size of their family. We have a lot of elderly people living in terraced housing with the upper floors that are totally not used. But that wasn't within the capacity of these sustainability consulting firms. So they addressed 5 strategies, of which the first one is to top up and transform existing buildings. And then, of course, there are a few to build smaller, to have a more intensive use of recycled materials, to build with bio-based materials, and as the last one, to have intensify industrial production of housing, which is, in my opinion, inspired by a strong lobby of the building industry, because industrial production of housing is still in that sense, you can still sell products over and over again, which is, of course, the main objective of a building industry. But for us, for the new open building network in the Netherlands, the first strategy to top up and transform existing buildings, it nearly was the same as our mission statement, to design open buildings that are designed for maximum lifespan and an unknown future reuse. So we want to design buildings that can be modified in the future according to future needs. And it is a pleasure to see that it is recognized as the main solution to build within ecological constraints. We have 14 founding partners, and in 2021 we rewrote a manifesto, which of course also incorporates John Houbraken as the legacy of John Houbraken. And we identified a few research teams, especially the business cases and building in timber. The business case being very important because normal developers weren't interested in open buildings because they simply thought they were too expensive. And to show that it wasn't, we had our case studies that were mostly actually built to show that it is possible to build open buildings. We also identified our concept, and here you also see the sharing layers of Stuart Brand. And we developed an evaluation criteria, which are more stimulative. So and we would like to build buildings in a very flexible and maximum flexible level. And we did so in the Buiksloterham in the north of Amsterdam. These are all buildings. Oh, I'm being cold. These are all buildings in the north of Amsterdam, and all built by architects of the open building community. And in this area, I built two buildings, Patch 22 and Top Up. And as Kasim explained, to do so, it was necessary to start a separate firm, a development company. And for us, open building means that there should be no obstacles for future changes. So in a technical sense, there should be no load-bearing walls, no shafts inside the apartments, all utilities and hollow floors, no electricity, water, and heat meters inside the apartments. And also very important, there should be no legal restrictions for alternative future use. This is the floor plan of Patch 22, in which you can see that it is a totally open floor plan with the meters inside a central, inside a shaft in the central core, and enough sloping angle through the floor to be able to set up a toilet in the outmost corner of this building. It is also possible to divide this building into maximum 48 apartments, and there are also a maximum of 48 legal units in the division deed, which is very important that once you build an open building, an adaptable, flexible building, technically, you should also be allowed to use it flexible in the future. And this is done in all the legal contracts that are involved. We designed hollow floors in which you have all the piping and all the drains. And this is what it actually looks like when an apartment is almost finished for our buyers to enter their homes. Our buyers could install all their drains and insulations themselves in the floors, and then put on a top floor, and then start with their infill. And to get back to the article that Kasim wrote, Mass Support, It says for Haabraken, the distinction between the base building support and the fit out, the infill, is primarily one of control and design and only secondary technically. So that demands that the return of consultation and involvement on the part of the users in the most literal sense must be accepted. And I think that is exactly what we did, and we sort of reinvented the wheel, because we were not familiar with the ideas of Haabraken, but we started to recognize them again in what we were doing. And it is funny that we were almost doing exactly the same. We have built models with removable building parts in which users, under the guidance of architects, could simply try out floor plan layouts in the units that we designed. In patch 22, of course, to show the possibilities of such a building, we designed a lot of floor plan examples. But it is funny to see that none of those floor plan examples was actually built. In the final building, we had 21 owners, 26 apartments, and none of them used one of the example floor plans. Because when it's possible for people to design their own homes, they become far more specific than the scenario thinking that we as architects can do. So I will just show you a couple of images of the different apartments that were the result. And he's very happy with his apartment. In this apartment, children learn to cycle inside. It's even possible to make a vertical connection between the units. And what we never thought of, but people started to install bathtubs in their loggia balconies. And this is the only floor plan that I will show in detail, because this is a floor plan that, as an architect, you could never think of, almost. And it has a style that I totally hate stylistically. But I love the fact that it's possible, that it's in the building, that this woman who created her own environment by flying to Morocco, buying wooden doors, going to Spain to find her floor tiling, and to really customize her own living environment. So, and this is all collected in one collective building, patch 22, which has a strong identity. And I think that is very important, that a collective building has an architectural address and doesn't show the individuality of the buildings. This can be done in terraced housing, I think, but not in an apartment building. And we were very lucky that next door, we were able to buy the plot next door. And on this plot, there was a former industrial building that we could simply top up, just as was mentioned in the report, as an important strategy to stay within the ecological constraints of building. So we kept these round concrete walls, and on top of it, we installed a new timber building, which again, like patch 22, is a totally open floor plan. And this time we we showed a lot of example floor plans, and again, none of them were built. In the end, the floor plan was divided up into 4 apartments mostly, and it is very important that all these meters, they are inside the communal core, and this is then what that looks like. So this is a technical solution, and this is what it looked like when people got the keys to their apartment. So they could connect to all these openings and drains and data supplies. So in this, this is really what it looked like when they stepped in after they bought the apartments. And then they were obliged to build a raised floor in which they could install their own installations. And to do so, we designed a manual, like an IKEA manual. We showed how to do this. And instead of addressing an infill industry, we designed it to be built by easy-to-use do-it-yourself tools. So you only needed a saw and a screwdriver to build this floor and to start your own interior. In quick, this is how it looked like. So here come all the frames and installations. Then veneer on top of it. Then cement-based panels in which radiant heating is installed. And again, people started installing bathtubs on top of their balconies. And instead of having the bedroom next to the window, they installed, for example, their showers and bathrooms next to the facade. Again, a few images to show the individualization of these apartments. And of course, this is all high-end. This is not affordable housing. But like when Tesla started with the Model S, if you want to sell sustainability, at first you have to sell it to people that can afford it. So that is also the case with adaptability. And in this way, we had 2 buildings built in the north of Amsterdam, and I think this is the state-of-the-art open building at this moment in the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. I think that really gives us really provides a really excellent context and grounding, both in how these ideas of open building continue to live on, but also how they continue to be reinterpreted. And whether or not one is directly aware of the provenance of some of these ideas, there are things that are baked into the DNA of a lot of the education that I know that you received, and hopefully will continue to be a feature of architectural pedagogy going forward, thinking about flexibility, not just in terms of an exclusive focus on user agency, but also in terms of things like environmental performance, in terms of things like a circular economy of labor, where you can hire the guy down the street if you want to change something, as opposed to having to call in the large contractor who made those beautiful finished forms in the exterior of the building. So thank you so much. And I think your final point is a really important segue to our first panel. That yes, of course, a lot of really interesting innovation happens at the high end. There's also a lot of really interesting new forms of thinking about flexibility and its importance, and how that can manifest itself architecturally through examples of co-housing and social housing. So in our first panel was the presentations of projects, all of which are on display in our exhibit, which also has the same name as the article, Mass Support. Thank you for shouting out the article that I recently published about John Brocken. I should clarify that particular quote is actually me quoting Doreen van Hoogstraten in a book called Housing for the Millions, edited by Guus Bosma, which is sort of the definitive work on the oeuvre of John Brocken and the SAR, and was a great inspiration to all of us. But again, these ideas exist and continue to be in so many different forms, textually, as well as showing up in different forms of building technology. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to now introduce the moderator of our first panel, Suzanne Schindler, an architect and historian who's deeply invested in how architecture and non-design themes like finance and regulation affect housing environments. Ideas that are very near and dear to my own heart. Suzanne and I have a lot in common in exploring how non-design and design issues interact and show up in the built environment. She has a professional degree in architecture from Berlin University of the Arts and a PhD from ETH in Zurich. where she currently directs the program in History and Theory of Architecture, while also serving as the design critic at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard, where she's taught urbanism alongside having taught at Columbia Graduate School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation, MIT, the New School, and others. Suzanne, please join us, and we're so excited to have you here. And please, I look forward to a conversation after some really wonderful presentations from our three panelists. Take it away, Suzanne.
Good morning or good afternoon to everybody, depending on where you are. I'm very happy to be moderating three fantastic projects and practices. I'm going to introduce the three speakers now. We're going to present in chronological order of when the projects were completed. So first is going to be Christoph Heinemann. He's an architect and founding partner of IFAU, Institute for Applied Urbanism in Berlin, which is an interdisciplinary group of architects working on a range of participatory urban design and architectural projects. Christoph has taught at various universities, and R50, which he will be presenting, was completed in 2013 in Berlin. Following Christoph, we will hear from Cristina Gamboa, who's an architect in Barcelona and co-founder of La Colle, a cooperative of architects, established in 2014. Cristina teaches in London at the AA and in Barcelona at ETSAB. And third presenter will be Juliane Greb. She's an architect and founding partner of a practice called, in her name, Bureau Juliane Greb, and it has two offices, one in Ghent, Belgium, and one in Cologne, Germany. And she is co-curator of this year's German Pavilion in Venice at the Architecture Biennale with an intervention called Open for Maintenance. And the project she will be presenting was completed in 2020 in Munich. So I'm going to hand off to Christoph. You each have 15 minutes to present, and then I'll start with a few questions, a conversation, and also open it up to the public. So thank you so much. And I'll give you a time warning in the chat, or I'll just turn my face back on.
Okay, thank you, Suzanne. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
That's great. I will go to the Vollbildmodus. So you can see the slides, I hope. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we can see the slides. Perfect.
So, as Susanne already said, I will present a project we started we initiated it in 2010 and completed it in 2013. It's a project, a co-housing project in Berlin. You can see the axonomic drawing there, showing the base with common spaces and the concrete structure with the floors and the roof and also a surrounding balcony. All elements I will talk about in this short presentation. The team is a larger team of architects. On the one hand, IFAU and Jesko Fetzer. We work together on art spaces. We are really interested in appropriation and transformation of spaces. And this is also an interest we transfer to the questions of housing. We all live in the house now today. And we cooperate also with Tim Heide from Heide und von Beckera to as a team of architects, and also together with a project manager who is specialized in co-housing projects. This may be important for the discussion afterwards, how the role of the architects may change, and also how such projects can be developed, and what is the political and institutional framework behind it. The project R50 is situated in the Ritterstraße in Berlin. It's in Kreuzberg, so it's in the center of the city. You can see the building here in between modern housing development. Post-war, the whole area had been destroyed in the war, and there are buildings from several phases of reconstruction of Berlin. The wall is not far from there. So when the wall was down, suddenly this area was at the center of the city again. Before it was, you could say, the fringe of West Berlin. And as Berlin housing is based on rent, most of the time, the city wanted to introduce some spots to install projects based on ownership. Interestingly, because this policy has completely changed. But at the time, as we developed the project, there was no programs, there were no subsidies for affordable housing or social housing, you may call it like that. So everything was on the free market, and the city asked for concept-bound competition. So you can enter a concept for a housing project, and they would give you the land and 1 year time to develop a project, and you could acquire the land to a fixed price. So it was out of a bidding process, so you could install quite affordable housing projects. And this opportunity was very interesting for us. And the fact that we wanted to develop a project, this news spread quickly amongst friends. And so we, a core group, developed the project. So we developed it as architects with a participation of future inhabitants, which is for us a very important issue. There's a direct connection, if I may say so, to John Habraken and supports it, especially Jesko, who really did research on John Habraken and published on his works, etc. Introduced this this idea of supports and infill, and we were really inspired by the works of John Habraken while conceiving the architecture, and you could say the support architecture for this house, where we wanted to allow a strong influence of the future inhabitants on the disposition of the spaces and the apartment layouts. The building is shortly on the site. It's put on it's positioned in the middle of the site with a surrounding garden. The garden is in this context relates to all the gardens in the surrounding, to the open fabric, but the house also relates to the street with its facade. And I could talk hours about this context in between modern housing fabric and also the E-bar and all those changes took place in Berlin in the last 60 years. I will spare you this and come to the structure of a house. Tom Franzen already explained what is important for such a building. It's not an open building, but we wanted to allow different types of negotiation based on the two premises along which we developed the project. One premise was to allow for individualization of the apartment layouts, so to really allow the future inhabitant to create his own apartment, and further on we wanted to allow for transformation of the apartments in the future, and secondly we wanted to allow for a high amount of common spaces. We want from the start we included a high amount of common spaces also in the budget, and we wanted to allow the group of inhabitants to negotiate the disposition and the place where common spaces should be and with which program. So what did we do? We have a central stairwell with a lift in the middle, and we have a surrounding row of columns every 6 meters with a supporting beam, and the floors as such have no further obstructions, so that we can size and resize apartments according to our needs. We have 3 shafts. This is southwest, southeast, and north. We have in the north apartment, we have a light from west and east and north, and the shaft in the middle, and in the other apartments along this wall, so that the position of the bathrooms and the toilets and the kitchen is fixed, but the rest of the floor is open. So in our project, you can't move around your toilet as you wish. It is really bound to the shaft. An important element is the surrounding balcony, which creates an equal quality for every room. You can step out of every room, and in a way, it allows really for the negotiation of the apartment layout. Because as we don't fix the balcony, you can really choose where you want to have your living room, your kitchen, etc. So here you can see this was a conceptual drawing at the beginning of our project, where you can see what the fixed parts, like the stairwell and the bathrooms and the kitchen. And you can see that you can furnish it like an apartment, like a loft. And you can also densify it with separate chambers or rooms. And what may be interesting also is that in the beginning, we included 25 square meters of common space on every floor. We wanted to do a cooperative. Afterwards, the group decided to change to real ownership. And with this change in the framework, also the disposition of the common room changed. This is the team. This is Jesko, Tim, Christoph, Susanne is not on the picture. This is all a group of people who know each other more or well at that time. Now we're all friends living in one house. I'm saying this not out of romantic reasons, but to say that there is a shared experiential knowledge, and this knowledge allows for what we may call cooperative standards, so that we can create and realize elements which we couldn't with, for instance, a housing company or a developer. And this is a point I really want to stress, because for us as architects, this is a very important driver, that with the user participation, we can really create architectural elements with a very specific quality, and at the same time, for instance, affordable housing, because there is no contradiction with a user and the elements we apply. So this is what we may call the support, the columns and the floor space, and this structure allows for a multitude of relations of different forms of living, of dwelling inside the building. We started with those diagrams. We asked every family to make a diagram on how spaces should relate, and we took these diagrams to for the base of a design of future apartments. And you can see we have 19 different apartments now, which are based on a common standard of constructive elements. So they are, you could say they are same, but different. Spatially, they are completely different, but they're all done in one standard of several ways to construct plasterboard walls, etc. This is one of the apartments. It's Jesko's apartments. You can see the bathrooms here. And you can see the layout. You can see that the layout of the apartment must be quite individual. And here you can see the surrounding balcony, which is very important, as I said, for the negotiation of the individual apartments. You can see the facade, which is moving, and the grille in front, which is not. Here a section. You can see the balcony allowing to step out of every room, and the supporting floor. Just a short stroll through a design process, a diagram of one family, and for a start, and then this 60 centimeter grid loft space, we started to do to test different approaches to the apartment. In this case, they wanted 4 rooms and large living room, and they used what usually would be a corridor space to create a larger living space. This was our answer as architects, putting this into norms and standards and layouts we could handle. In the end, you can see the apartment here above with a large space here, and the kitchen should have been here. And when they moved in, they discovered that the wall was beautiful. They thought it was beautiful, so they decided not to move the kitchen here, but to move it in the back, in the middle of the apartment. These are possibilities, and this goes on, this type of transformation. Another part of the negotiation process of the inhabiting process, which starts in the planning phase, was to find out where to position the common spaces. And this is a party we had in the future common space, where we decided to pool all the 25 square meter spaces we had initially on every floor into one big space, because changing from cooperative to ownership means if anything fails, if, for instance, our common activities would fail, we would lose interest. We would need to sell the space, for instance. So there was a very interesting decision to pool all these 25 square meters into one big space, which we could maybe sell someday. 60 seconds, Suzanne?
Yes, about 60 seconds. Perfect.
All right. So what you see here in this axonometric drawing is this big common space, and all the other common spaces, because also the balconies are common spaces in this building. So we had several discussions and on the use of a common space, and there are multiple activities like working, making music, having parties, have a space for guests, and they're all conflicting activities. And we found it very important to have a space which allows for all those activities and uses, but also maintains a certain form of conflict and of continuous negotiation, which keeps the space really alive and puts it into question every day. This is a space in its final stage. And maybe just another hint about planning, the agency of inhabitants. We did the garden only a year after we moved in. It's a continuously changing plan. We're designing it together and changing it together. And just for the end, you can see how the building looks today. This is the entrance. A common room. An apartment with a wooden facade, elements to open up widely. This is a home story from a New Zealand magazine. I don't know. So that's why there's this story with a kid moving around. It's Eleanor. The balcony. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Perfect. I think that perfectly explained the building. I think we can move around in it now, and let's move on to Barcelona, and then we can compare these projects in various aspects. So Christina, I'll give you a 2-minute notice. Does that sound good?
Perfect. So I share my screen. Hello, everyone. So I hope you can see the screen. So I will introduce the case study of the cooperative housing project of La Borda in Barcelona. And basically, this is our first collective housing project, and it was the first cooperative housing developed following the model of right of use on public land in the city of Barcelona. And basically, I think it's really important to contextualize, because it's a project that emerged in a specific moment and in a specific place. So it was basically 2012, so in the middle of the economical crisis in Spain, and also in a city with a huge lack of affordable housing and social housing. Only 1.5% of the housing stock is social housing. So, and also it was the outcome of a neighborhood with a really strong neighborhood association, autonomous movement, and precisely the moment after a year after of the Occupy movement, of the popular kind of exhibition of the desire and need for a kind of a political and social change. And in Sants, which is the neighborhood where the project emerged, it was one of the old industrial areas to be transformed, and precisely was the opportunity of the neighborhood to really build a city. It was a paradigmatic experience of a bottom-up transformation of the city in a moment where the municipality was without economical resources, without even, I would say, even ideas to really understand which are the real needs of the neighborhood, because it was a formal plan for a museum of sustainability and other kind of facilities that it were super far from the real needs. So it was an opportunity from the neighborhood to really start the transformation and implementation of a series of projects, of really build a community on that context. And that's why we also like to talk about social accumulation, sometimes even a better understanding or better kind of name, instead of social innovation, that sometimes this kind of projects and new models are also understood in that sense. But I would say that without the economical and social context, without this frame of Can Batlló and the neighborhood, this would not be possible. And basically, from the General Assembly of Can Batlló, I'm thinking for new forms of providing decent and stable and affordable housing. The General Assembly of La Borda, then this co-op emerged, and was following a model that it was present in many other countries. So the General Assembly of the project was learning from Uruguay with the Fugbank model, from Denmark with the Andel model, and many other models that are present in countries all over the world. But the key points were this idea to provide a non-profit model based on collective ownership, where the member of the co-op and the future inhabitant has the right of use one flat for their entire life, so without kind of a time limit. So basically, the collective ownership point was basically a tool to avoid speculation. So when we are talking about Barcelona, where there is such few number of social housing, where the private market is totally controlling the housing stock, it was one of the main values and ideas of the project. So this idea to avoid the speculation, to make affordable and inclusive the housing, and basically through the co-op, it was a community-led project, and basically the project didn't want to become kind of a specific and a unique project. The main idea was to really become a model, so to be replicable and as sustainable as possible, environmental, economically, socially. So understanding sustainability of life in the broadest way possible. And basically, this was a project that took 6 years and a half since the first meetings until when people moved to the project. And it was interesting to understand how the different layers of the development were working in parallel. And it was always a series of discussions and conversations and collaborations between the different kind of stakeholders and agents of the process. So we can see in the upper bar, in the organizational development, how the General Assembly was kind of mutating to a more complex structure, including the different technicians from architecture, lawyers, communication, economical, also support. It was a process of intercooperation. Almost all the members, also a cooperative, such like a cooperative of architects, that were part of this kind of ecosystem that started to develop the legal and financial development of the process as parallel of the architecture. So it was really important for us to really understand how the parameters of the project were specific conditions for the development of the architecture. And basically this project was possible through a collaboration with the municipality. So it was a moment, as I was saying, where there were not financial resources to build social housing led by the administration, the municipality. So it was this kind of co-production of social housing where the municipality made a leasehold of 75 years of a plot to the cooperative, and the cooperative was the responsible of finding the funding, leading the development, building the building, and managing it from all these 75 years. But because it was a public land, also the building was considered social housing. So we had to follow all the principles of social housing, but also all the people involved in the project also had to fulfill the criteria for social housing. That basically was kind of a limit of incomes, and also the people is not able to have any other kind of ownership. And so once the provision of land by the municipality, the second important point was the provision of the funding. So it was really important to understand how this project became part of the social economy network of the city, where two main resources were implemented. Basically, it was the initial down payment of the people, so around 18,500 euros each unit to capitalize the cooperative, and then a loan by a cooperative of financial services, and also emission of titles to the whole social economy and third sector environment that support the project and allow to build it, avoiding the conventional bank, which has been always also investing in the private housing stock and also part of the speculation and the bubble. So with the public land, the social house, the kind of the social economy financial support, and the power and organization of the people, the project arrived to the phase of definition of the architecture. So it was also important to understand in that point kind of the architecture of the participation. So basically, it was the total control of the development by the users, taking the decisions of all the vectors and areas. When we arrive to architecture, we start a co-design process, a participatory process, really active to define the values, sets, and conditions of the project, and also arriving to a moment where the users started to define specific decisions inside the units that I will talk. But understanding how control it was kind of being more concrete while we define the project was something really important, and also something that as part of all the methodologies, in the sense that how we acknowledge the people, understanding the architecture, the language, the drawing, the models, the space to take decisions. But it was also important to understand that the user, the involvement of the user, and the knowledge that they gave us, it was essential to reconsider the standards of housing, the conventional image of the provision of collective housing is focused to a specific kind of family or heterosexual family, and understanding the diversity of needs. But also this series of conversations really allows us to challenge standards, regulations, and to really have discussions that even had an outcome as part of changing regulations of the city. So it was key to have the user on board in the whole process of architecture. And at the same time, the idea to discuss about the conviviality, the housing program, but all in a framework of understanding that you are not owner of a flat, of a unit. So this idea that we had to create an open infrastructure, kind of a support, resilient to the life of the community, the different needs through time, but at the same time adaptable and with specific kind of rules and protocols that allowed adaptability and even movements and exchange through time. And of course, this idea of sustainability, comfort, and affordability as a key points of the project to reduce the cost during the lifespan, also in terms of the cost of energy, for example, but of course, the cost of the construction. And so a series of methodologies allows us to really understand this radiography of the community that give us this key information to challenge, for example, the parking regulations, but also in this process of understanding the user and set these values and frameworks of the project, discussions about sustainability, how we define the goals of the project that basically were key to define the energy strategy and also the material strategy. So this idea of a passive building that it's led and controlled by an active user. So the main strategy of the building, densifying the south facade, generating a courtyard that became energy saver, and all this with this kind of transition from the common space, so from the public space to the common areas in the ground floor with a public passage to the most private units in the upper floors. So it was a combination of the community model and the energy model, and with a section with this kind of unbalanced section where we can see how we densify the south facade to put as much units as possible, and also how all these thresholds and kind of in-between spaces became energy devices, but also spaces of interaction of the community.
Christina, you have 2 minutes left.
Exactly, great. And basically, so all this transition from the public to the interior, to the kind of common areas in the different levels of the building, arriving to the common spaces, that basically the second step was this discussion about the common areas and how these common spaces allow to imagine new forms of conviviality that had an impact in terms of gender distribution of the household, but also in terms of economical and environmental aspects. But what it was even more important, it was how this also was defining a redistribution of the area of the unit. And this was key to start imagining how the matrix, how the scheme and system to define the units. And basically it was through a matrix of non-hierarchical spaces that can be kind of connected and organized in different typologies, that something that can change through time through a structure that were interconnected, allowing just kind of with light divisions to define the size and type and characteristic of typologies. And the layers that we were adding to this CLT structure was basically the installation, kitchen and bathroom, and also allocating outside the unit all the heating meters and all the systems to facilitate the maintenance and exchange of the site. So it was this idea of the infrastructure the set of options with the position of the kitchen and the entrance to the bathroom, and the lighters divisions based on the user needs. So it was also important to define a protocol and a manual to really understand how to intervene, to make easy to be removable and to change in the future for future inhabitants. And basically this was this kind of naked infrastructure to be transformed for the user with really simple materials and solutions, and also to reduce the cost, this idea of phases of construction with a second phase for all the common areas to be transformed in the future, at the same time that all the activities started to be developed, realizing about the impacts of all these activities in the building. And I think that we can just discuss this later, but basically the Laborde became one pioneer project as a policy in Barcelona that was promoting new cooperative housing, also the emergence of new stakeholders, and also the replicability of it outside Barcelona in all Catalonia. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Fantastic. I'm going to hand off. We're just going to keep going. I'm going to hand off to Juliane Greb, and we'll hear about the most recent project in Munich.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, it works, and we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, I'm going to present the project San Remo, which is the first residential project for the Kooperative Großstadt, a housing cooperative that was founded in 2015 in Munich, one of the, or I think it's the most expensive city or place to live in Germany. And the cooperative was founded actually by a group of architects that were unsatisfied with the quality of new housing being produced in Munich, but also, of course, of the lack of affordability of housing in Munich. And yeah, they got together, gathered a group of members, future residents, and bought a plot in München-Riem. And that's an area that's, well, it's only 20 minutes from the central station, but still it has a bit of a suburban feeling. It is right next to the trade fair in Munich. And the whole area is has been developed within the last 20 years on a plot of which has formerly been an airport, and it's quite homogeneous. Housing is quite dominant, even on the ground floors, and other functions like commercial functions or community functions are like bundled in one place. So it's it has not a very urban feeling, also because of a lack of density. And what the cooperative did was they formulated a quite ambitious brief for the project. So they wanted to activate the area and also implement partly experimental forms of housing. And they wanted to launch an open competition with the jury of known architects, and yeah, it should be open for everyone, no matter what size of office, which is quite unique in Germany. This open public competition took place, and my partner Patrick Haag and me took part together with Florian Sommer and Anne Femmer from Sommer & Femmer Architekten from Leipzig, and we were lucky that our project got selected to be realized. So a year later, here you see the group of residents digging in some good wishes before the foundation being poured. Oops, and here you see the project today it's situated on a corner, and I'm not going to talk a lot about the facade, but what we tried to do was to create a also towards the neighborhood a recognizable place, and to have many moments of transition between the street and the interior. And here on the west facade, there is a big winter garden, which kind of shows a bit the appropriation of the residents on the upper floors, and also big windows on the ground floor. This is the ground floor plan. So here you see the corner, and so the gray area that was the big windows that you saw in the picture before is a space that's rented out currently to a youth organization doing youth work in the area. And the green-blue area on the plan, that's all common space, collective space for the residents, also with a back door where the neighboring cooperative can enter. And that space can be freely programmed by the residents. This is some sketches we did during the process of design, where we had several moments getting together with the residents, discussing the use of the ground floor. And this is how it looks today. So you enter into this big hall, which can be divided with these curtains, and there can be different activities taking place, like children playing or washing laundry. And there's a little workshop, wood workshop, as you can see here on the left, and a kitchen towards the street, where the neighbors can stroll in. Here you can see with good weather, it works quite well as a mediator with the neighborhood. And also there's a connection, as a maximum connection to the backyard, which is also partly shared with the neighboring collective, as you can see here. Now I'm going to move on to the upper floor. So through this big hall, you also enter the upper floors where the apartments are situated. And for the apartments, the cooperative had in mind to have different types of apartments. They wanted a type of apartment that could grow and shrink. Another type where you could share spaces with a neighboring apartment, and basic apartments. And what we did was we actually just designed one structure that could take on any kind of these housing forms, because we thought, okay, there is a group of residents, but maybe in the future the number of people that want to share spaces will change. So we thought it was a more sustainable approach to just design a structure that could take on all these different forms. And also we were asking ourselves the question, what is basic living actually now today? As we all live in so many different ways, and with designing this structure, we wanted to overcome still today quite dominant typical custom floor plan for the nuclear family, and didn't want to design something that is fit to a specific certain social model. And as you can see in this scheme, there's a number of cores that defines the number of apartments, and the core is always the kitchen, from which a possible number of rooms can be accessed. And the possible rooms, they're at the facade side, and the bathrooms, they're also connected to the kitchen. So there's basically no hierarchy in the plan. And the possible rooms along the facade, they're all about 14 square meters. So they're neutral in use, and they're interconnectable as well. because these divisions here, as you can see, they're just dotted lines. Here you can see the entrance from the staircase into the kitchen. I will show more pictures later, but first an image also from the competition still, the central kitchen. And the idea was that then, the residents could choose themselves. Do they want to maximize individual rooms in a shared flat situation, for instance, or do they want apartments that where the living spaces are on both facades, or do they want to share spaces with adjacent apartments, or they switch rooms between apartments. So here these little arrows, this is also executed like this. And here you can see like a shared space that you would enter from the staircase, and from this shared space you could enter into the adjacent apartments, and the apartments can also switch rooms between each other. So what we designed initially was actually basically this construction plan, and all the so on the grid there's these prefabricated beams that kind of mark the possible plan on the ceiling in the spaces. And all the light infill walls, they were actually decided by, here you can see again this system of the beams and the infill walls underneath. So the beams have a certain height, so you would also don't need like a door lintel above. And here on the right is the central space where the kitchen would come, and where the bathroom is connected right to. And all the light walls were then decided by the cooperative themselves. So this was the first participation session where they decided the extent of every apartment. So this was a negotiation process, who would move in on which floor and how many of these possible rooms would they get. And the outcome was a number of different types of apartments. Looked a bit like this, and this grayish little extensions here. Those were the so-called stairwell rooms that would be shared with the adjacent apartments, so with 3 or 4 units. So that's spaces that are not thought to be for everyone in the house, but more as an extension of the private apartment, and then you have a collective part together with 3 or 4 other units. And this was again some sketches from the process which we shared with the residents, convincing them of the possibilities that this would offer for them. And this is one photo today. I think in many of these cases it took quite some testing out how to use or furnish them. And this is another one. So here on the left you see door to the apartment. The black door is always to the staircase, and then you can see here the smaller apartments. They can even open up like double doors towards these spaces, so it really becomes like an extension of their own apartment. And then in a second participation round, the residents, they could, so everyone got like a blank plan of their unit with the grid on, of course, and they could decide themselves where where the infill walls would be on the grid and where doors or sliding doors or double doors would be, so they could determine how open or closed their plan would be. And they got back to us with these cutout sheets, which turned out quite differently. And this is some.
You have about 2 minutes to conclude.
Some impressions how it looks today. So here you're standing in the kitchen of an apartment, and you see this very direct connection to the collective and communal spaces, which I think is a big quality, as it really enhances a chance of informal contact with your neighbors. Here again, an apartment opened up to a collective space. This is another kitchen of one of the bigger apartments. You see that people are also struggling a little to combine their entrance situation with the kitchen. And then you can see that it's always the same 14 square meter room used as a kids' room. This was an eating space or a small living room if one wants to, which then maybe gives you the opportunity to have an extra office. Here you can see the more spacious setup where two of the spaces are connected, or even more, with a central kitchen and the view onto the winter garden. That's like a small additional layer we added on the west facade, as there is quite some noise from the trade fair traffic. But that is thought, just like a little possibility to step outside and more as a buffer. And then on the top, on the roof terrace, there's a more collective, bigger outdoor space where people can grow vegetables and get together. That's it, actually.
Thank you, Liane. Perfect timing. Can the whole panel turn their cameras on? So fantastic grouping. So compliments to Kasim for this combination of projects. And I'm happy to facilitate a conversation and just a few comments. I think what's striking is what all three projects brought forward, the seminal role of architects in being not just architects, but actually initiating certain initiatives or responding to certain calls. So in Munich, having the cooperative, which was a client for this project, actually being founded by architects. Similarly, in Barcelona, I think the role of architects in the COL has been much broader than designing buildings, but organizing and interacting with the municipality. And in Berlin, interestingly, many of the architects were also very active politically, but they responded to a government program. So I think that's one thing. Also, one thing that was striking and doesn't really touch on the topic of our panel, only indirectly, is the role of the competition. So these different kinds of processes by which a client or a municipality actually issues calls for ideas for a piece of land, like in the case of Berlin, and how people can respond, or balancing what is considered as participatory and resident control, right? How much do residents have to say and how much do professionals actually have to say? And I think all three projects are very interesting in how they link that in different ways, right? It's not the residents actually aren't designing the buildings. They get to respond to the building. The architects respond to the architect, to the residents, and so on. So those are just 2 points. So just as a reminder, the panel is about the question, what can resident control enable politically? So I'd love to have all of you reflect on this question. And Christina started thinking about this, how an individual project that came out of a specific political context in turn has influenced ongoing policies. Christoph, I think you mentioned your project came out of a very particular moment, which has long gone, where the city was willing to give away land to market rates, home ownership development, no strings attached, right? You're not a nonprofit cooperative, you're a condominium association. You can sell your apartment at whatever you can sell it as. La Colle has an income restriction. I'm not sure what it is in Munich exactly, what the terms are, i.e. that the municipality allowed some things through financial or land access. The developers responded, and now you have these projects which are 10 years old, some are only 2 years old. Could you each just say something as to how your projects have influenced broader policies, both in the particular municipality or city or broader? Again, Christina, you were showing other municipalities in Barcelona. So maybe we go backwards. So maybe Juliana, you start, then Christina, and then Christoph. So what's the political learning from? And what has come of this?
I think it maybe still partly also has to come, but I mean, I think, that the project and the success of the project for sure has drawn attention to this, to the value of collective ownership and the value of an open competition. And at the same time, I think the discussion with the municipality about rules and regulations were interesting, and because Sanremo is not, well, there is an income restriction but it's not, the project itself is completely privately financed. It was just the ground that was subsidized by the city, and because of that we had to fulfill certain rules applying that also apply for social housing, but we didn't have to follow them super strictly, but we had to discuss everything with the city, and there came forward a lot of things that are actually contrary with our project, and we also completely got aware of how dominant and how custom fitted these rules are to the nuclear family, like a way of living that's actually totally outdated today. So I think the visibility of the project has maybe also contributed the discussion around that, and I hope that will. I also been looking into this topic recently, and I've seen small changes in certain federal states in Germany, that the regulations also acknowledge that shared spaces have a quality and can mean also affordable and or making things more affordable while having more quality. And I think that's still a long way to go, but projects like this definitely, I think, contribute to that discussion.
Great. So just to summarize, you'd say so far in the few years, the visibility has enabled a discussion about adapting regulations to allow for more flexibility of use of funds or dimensions, or as you said, that a shared space is considered a necessary part of living spaces.
Yes, and also, for instance, these shared spaces between the apartments, they couldn't be counted in the regulation. There was no term for that, and also the room sizes, to have these neutral room sizes, like in the regulations, they tell you there has to be a kid's room, there has to be a grown-up room, and also the number of rooms is linked to the number of people and the number of square meters, which, if you draw it up, you just come out with the type floor plan, for a small family. So all these, and all these buffer spaces also, that you're supposed to have a hallway. And I think this issue of privacy, also that a more direct connection between collective and private spaces has a quality. And I think, like privacy is also an issue that is a bit emphasized in rules and regulations, and it is not very much talked about. That also comes at a cost of a connection with your neighbors. And no, I'm drifting off a bit, sorry.
No, that's great. I'm trying to navigate questions coming in, but maybe we'll go through my question. So Christina, how would you characterize the sort of broader political impact of your work?
I think that I mentioned already in the presentation that in the case of La Borda, it was kind of a first agreement, kind of a pilot project. But after La Borda, where also it was more demand of people interested and more communities starting to wanted to develop new projects. So it was a series of competitions for land to be developed for cooperatives. So nowadays, cooperative housing is included and implemented as one of the lines of the municipality to provide affordable housing. But also something very interesting is at the end that Barcelona, it's kind of the capital of the region of Catalonia. So it's many of the cities are always looking to Barcelona, and also even in Spain. So it started many discussions, even more competitions in other areas. And this was in terms of the housing policy, but I think that also, as Julien was mentioning, with La Borda, we were in a way challenging and also having a lot of conversation with the housing agency about the whole regulation was defined, also how common areas, how surfaces, and I think all these also had, and with a new housing regulation that includes common areas, as well also of regulations regarding the parking obligation. So I think it was interesting how this was opening many discussions between different areas of the municipality and the housing, even energy agency. And also it was interesting how the cooperative housing has been also understood in relation with certain other social, even urban challenges, such as aging population. For example, in the housing regulation, it's also a way to understand how cooperatives are a spaces of distributing care, of social support. And 1 year after people started to live in La Borda, arrived COVID. So it was also interesting to see how La Borda was performing during COVID times. So I think that there was a series of conversations in parallel, also about energy management, and also La Borda has contributed to create an energy community. And I think that there are basically spaces of discussions from the community also to outside and the other way around, but in many layers had an impact in terms of the city and the context.
Thank you. I'm going to pass on to Christoph.
Yeah, Suzanne, I think the question you're asking is very complicated, because you're asking about transferability of maybe models you're asking about learning from, and
I'm talking just about Berlin, though. I'm not yet transferring.
Yeah,
also.
But we had. Let's say Berlin as a city is a special city, and you could say that this program, which initiated our projects, was as I said, or tried to explain, procedures which are concept bound. So it's a kind of competition. You apply with a concept, and there was a small window where this kind of urban production could have become a real player in the city, which is not the case. The city didn't recognize really the potential, I think, of this kind of development, and this is I think, always the same issue or the same questions we are asking. The city had to produce more housing, also affordable housing. So the usual response to that is to go into standards, as Juliana already said, to produce a kind of mass housing based on standard answers to very specific questions. And on the other hand, the projects we made, like Ritterstraße, and afterwards a project at Blumengroßmarkt, which is about 4 times the size of Ritterstraße, incorporating also cooperative apartments. And again, there was no background of subsidies or affordable housing. So we produced something the city should have produced, for instance, places for work and apartments at a fixed rent, etc. The city was very proud of those projects. We got prizes, prize for urbanism, etc. But in fact, they weren't able to really apply this process in a broader sense. So to make it a player in the production of affordable housing, for instance. So and there's a difference to cities like Hamburg, where it's done, or Tübingen. And what I think is interesting, and that's what I meant when I was talking about cooperative standards, is that there is no contradiction to specialize things if people are responsible. If you take housing and dwelling as an act, and you allow for responsibility, you will be able to provide very specific buildings and situations which are in no contradiction to the production of affordable housing on a base of standards. And the thing, one thing you can learn from those processes is that if you look at the process like Ritterstraße or Blumengroßmarkt, afterwards you would say, it's a super complex project and we need to do this, that, and that. You will find 100 things you will have to provide to make such a project happen. But in reality, you start with maybe 2 premises, like as you say, okay, we want to a building which allows for negotiations. So this is a crucial question for the design. You have to provide a well-designed architectural structure which allows for a certain flexibility, and it's based on a standard. And then there is another premise. You say we want to share spaces as an extension to our apartments, and from that you start designing with the people who will inhabit the house, and they will take over the responsibility for certain elements like the balcony where it's raining through, or a common space where we don't know if we're really going to use it or if we will have to sell it. They can really support this kind of project. And what is not understood is that you start with very simple premises, and I think what should be enabled is to start with a group of people who share the same knowledge. In our case, naturally, it's academics, they're green, they're interested in sustainable building, But the interesting thing is they share the same knowledge, so they are able to make experiments, for instance, because they know they can control it. And that's maybe one thing which is interesting in Germany. We are discussing something which is called Gebäudeklasse E. It means there are classes of types of buildings you can make. And this Gebäudeklasse E means experimental building. And there is this discussion that maybe you can allow for certain experiments in building if the people who are building the building with the architects are really if it's secured that they know what is going to be the experiment. I don't know, my English is bad, but maybe you can explain.
No, it's fine. I mean, it will be a new regulatory class of building, right? Yes. So a new building type.
It exactly goes into this question. If an experiments can be realized if a certain agreement and a certain communication is established between the housing companies and the architects and in all parties. So this is something I think there is a learning from those projects, which may have an impact on regulations and standards.
Right. I think those responses were very interesting, and the last one ties into some questions that have come in from Pamela Scheiman, who's asking about the longer term perspective of these buildings, specifically what provisions are made for maintenance. I'm assuming maintenance includes also investment, right? Not just maintenance, cleaning the staircase, but okay, at some point you need a new roof, at some point you need a new boiler. How is that planned? What are the rules for handing on, let's say, inheritance in the cooperatives in both in Barcelona and in Munich? That would be interesting. Like, can those apartments be given to your children or not? I'm translating the question now. So I think it would be interesting to reflect on that. There was another set of questions about transferability. I'm just going to say that this is probably the big elephant in the room, which I would encourage all of the listeners to have to figure out themselves. As we heard, even between Berlin and Munich, there are huge differences in terms of how the politics work and how the city government responds to certain projects and what they seem to understand or not, what political pressures they're under, essentially. So when I hear you, Christoph, talk about, well, we need people who, have a shared knowledge, in many cases, and probably including Berlin, that's precisely the political no-go, because the pressure is to include all kinds of people. You have to serve everyone. You cannot just serve, people who are already best friends and who all went through the same school, right? So there's a lot of political pressures on municipalities and developers to happen. But so maybe if you could all just respond briefly, and I think our time is, I'm going to respond, rely on Kasim to tell us when our time is really up. But what are, very pragmatically, what are the rules your three projects have set in place in terms of longer term maintenance, longer term sustainability? Also, we've seen flexibility, but basically the flexibility came at the beginning, right? So there was a certain apartment layout. What happens to the next people? Are they going to tear everything out, or you just leave it up to them? Or how does that get negotiated? So maybe just now in reverse order again, maybe starting with Christoph, since also your project has actually been lived in for 10 years.
Yes.
How are these changes negotiated?
So there are some provisions who are made with the construction, with the support structure. So there is no supporting walls on the floors. So you can resize the apartments, and the plasterboard walls, you can take them out and change them, which it has happened sometimes up to now, and will happen more often now because the children move out, so the apartments become so big, etc. So that's one thing already. Tom Franzen already showed a lot of these possibilities. Another interesting thing, maintenance and care is something which is very interesting. For instance, for this surrounding balcony, this scaffolding, this permanent scaffolding, allows us to not only to have a wooden facade and which needs care, but it also allows us to repair things or to correct things we did not well as architects, maybe, or something. So there is this maintenance aspect which is very important, and this element provides has the capacity for this kind of maintenance, and this is also has an impact on the costs, on the permanent costs we have with a building. Transformability has been a very important issue for us, and there is also in the common room. There was also this idea of having a self-build process to enable a self-build process. And again, there are certain details which allow the self-construction with wood. We're discussing at the moment because we want to change and have more space for guests. Again,
Christoph, I'm going to have to, I'm getting signals that we have only a few minutes left. So okay. I'm going to have to cut you short on the details, although they're of course very interesting. Maybe just briefly. So maintenance and inheritance.
Yeah, just the as it is a project which is based on ownership, we have everybody can sell their apartments, but we did one thing again with the surrounding balconies. I mentioned it. It's in common ownership. That means that that was the only thing we could do, because there is no ethic background as you may have in a cooperative. But this common ownership means if somebody buys the apartment, he has to deal with the fact that everybody could walk in front of his windows, which is not happening, of course, but this is also a way of dealing with this question of to maintain the initial goals these projects have.
Great, thank you, Christina.
I think that in the case of La Borda, it's a collective ownership. So something that we were discussing, so the housing co-op was discussing a lot, is this idea of it's have sense or not to inherit, and precisely to break with the conception of individual ownership. This is not allowed in the cooperative. So you have the right to use it for your entire life. And if someone is living in the unit, in the sense that, for example, if there are the son or daughter of someone who received the first contract living there, they can remain living there. But not if someone is not living and suddenly when the flat is empty. So there is no right to inherit. There is a right to secure the people who is living there. And when a flat, when someone left the cooperative it's the one who decides who is going to live there. And I think this was something really important in the negotiation with the municipality, but also nowadays where has been changes also to understand which kind of criteria we define to make inclusive this kind of project, because it was something that we have been discussing a lot, that because of the network, because of the economical effort, because of even the involvement of the process, sometimes could be exclusive. And cooperative housing sector is really, really working on that issue. And in terms of maintenance, there is a committee, a working group, who is kind of defining certain kind of tasks done by the users. But then, of course, in the funding structure has been a provision of payments in the future to deal with all these issues, in order to make it affordable always and not suddenly have to pay to the roof, for example, not to really plan everything.
I'm seeing, thank you, Christina.
We have a few more seconds. Juliana, you get the last word. Can you?
On Remo, it works quite similar to La Borda, I would say. So like Christina explained, it's rented apartments. You can live there for as long as you want, but you cannot give it to someone after you. But the cooperative rents it out to the next resident.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you also for the questions from the audience. I'm handing back to Kasim. Kasim, please.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This was really, really fascinating. And there were a lot of questions we didn't get to. And thank you, Suzanne, for your excellent moderation. I can't think of anyone better who understands some of the intricacies and nuances of these things. And we will get a chance to think about some of the trickiness of replicability and transferability across different geographies and scales in our very final reflection session towards the end of the afternoon or evening. But I'm going to thank you guys so much for sharing these projects from Europe. And now we're going to look at some projects originating in very different contexts in the US and in China. So to introduce that and set it up, I'm going to invite my friend and colleague, Laura Weiner, to turn her camera on. See you guys later. Please stick around if you can. Lots more interesting stuff coming up. Laura is my colleague here at the Spitzer School of Architecture. And brings an international perspective to questions of housing, to questions of incrementalism, to questions of citizen involvement from her work in Argentina and across Latin America and also in South Africa. We just have a lot of really interesting conversations about how these ideas can transfer also into pedagogy. But today we're going to talk about it in terms of some modular projects. So Laura, I'm going to hand it off to you to introduce three very interesting people who have projects where modular or prefab are solving different problems than the ones that we expect them to. So Laura, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kasim. Thank you for inviting me to moderate this panel with three outstanding architects and socially committed entrepreneurs who work at the intersection between innovation and the social agenda of design. As Kasim said, this panel presents a new generation of modular architecture and architects who have been thinking, designing, and working on how modular and prefab offers much more to the current conversations of housing than mass production and cost efficiency. Their work reflects how architecture can solve problems beyond the problems of spatial syntax and connect with local economic development, disaster response, home ownership access, and residents' choice. So I will first introduce Deborah Gans, who is a professor of architecture at Pratt Institute. She's an AIA fellow and the principal of Gans & Company, a woman-owned architecture firm with 30 years of experience and numerous awards, including the Design Excellence Firm City of New York and the Brooklyn AIA Firm Award. Deborah will introduce her work on prefab housing in New York City to show how it can help the revitalization of neighborhoods in context of climate displacement. Deborah, thank you so much. Your 15 minutes are on.
Okay. Here, let me start my own timer. And thank you. I'm really so happy. I really enjoyed the first panel, and I'm so happy to be here. So, and you'll excuse me for reading a little bit because I don't want to go beyond my time. But the project in the exhibit is Build It Back Modular, during which we produced 100 single and semi-detached 1 to 4 family modular houses for the New York City outer boroughs, for a final group of New Yorkers who were awaiting the reconstruction of their homes post Superstorm Sandy. After nearly 4 years of rebuilding efforts with conventional means, the mayor's office turned to modular almost really in desperation because the houses were taking so long, people were displaced so long. I was actually also part of the original Build It Back, where the 34 site-built houses I completed in Sheepshead Bay took 7 years and were finished after the modular project, which took 1.5. The houses were all coastal site properties and united to some degree by their beach vernacular. Pardon? My screen's not showing. Oh, thank you. Did someone tell me my screen's not showing? Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I think, oh, thank you so much. So can you see this now?
We can.
Oh, I am so sorry. Thank you, Corey. He had to yell at me. I kept swatting him away. Anyway, so this is where we were, that the houses were coastal properties, and they were to some degree, the houses were all coastal site properties and united to some degree by their beach vernacular and concentration in a few places, the yellow dots like Broad Channel, but they were located on scattered sites and completed as 100 single projects for as many homeowners. This house-by-house approach was mandated by the federal funding program that built them, Build It Back, based on home owner flood insurance, which paid only for the reconstruction of individual houses within their lot lines. And here you see some of those houses. And the houses below are all in Broad Channel, where the little red box is. So we approached this project as a catalog of types based on the vernacular fabric they were to supplement. also kind of mandated in the city. These types could then be adapted to various lot conditions and family needs. I think we started with around 7 types, but the city then took those types and managed every step of the homeowner engagement process. So I didn't even meet the homeowners, during which they allowed each of the clients to tailor their house plans within zoning and technological constraints. So we ended up with maybe 20 types and almost 35 different builds for 100 houses. This, of course, is not a model of efficiency or modular standardization. The question is it a model of flexibility and variety as Houbraken would have it? As you know, and these are from Kassim's article, Houbraken is not a technologist and thinks of prefabrication as just one means of flexibility. But he was a great supporter, is a great supporter of mass production's potential for variety and flexibility rather than standardization. He would choose variable needs and desires of the inhabitants way above any notion of standardized perfection. Today, we take for granted that customized mass production enhanced by our digital means can provide an extreme variety in the form of individualistic choice. Much of what we consume is indeed standardized and mass-produced, even while offering seemingly endless variations. But to some degree, these choices are in fact largely standardized, if not superficial, from the checklist of custom Nikes to the shutters of your custom modular home and even its floor plan. Component, and I just want to make sure everybody understands that then prefabrication really exists on a continuum in housing. Like windows and doors are prefabricated. Even in a bespoke house, you've got a lot of prefabrication, from the component to the component-based systems like the flat pack to pre-assemblies of components into larger components or modules in a factory. So modules are right now the most complete factory model, these big modules that most specifically minimize site work and labor. And the module is how we build it back was built. So this is Signature Homes. The choices offered by the modular industry, this is one of the companies that built our house, do not represent either a technological or stylistic avant-garde. Rather, they play into our populism and vernaculars. Not that Houbraken would mind, but in the case of America, the production is key to the building of the suburb rather than European urbanism or the garden city. And in fact, it accounts for 5% of all the houses built in the United States every year. So modular prefabrication confronts us with 2 questions. How significant versus superficial is its variety and flexibility, number 1? And how does its variety adapt and fit into the larger collective framework that Houbraken called the level of urbanism and infrastructure? And, so to start with the first one, this, of course, you've seen today, the notion of core and frame, and the factory method and logistics of modular production has a lot of constraints that works against this. The dimensions of the module are determined by the truck and the highway, maximum 14, 15 feet wide, 13 feet tall, including the truck. Anything wider than 12 requires an escort. The roof, and you can see it here, is sometimes ingeniously hinged, but anything like an attic takes a separate box. Additional truck, and they can't be too heavy. The boxes, hence rooms, naturally have constrained dimensions, therefore. It is also difficult to join them to create the open spaces we associate with lofts and spatial flexibility because the framing required to keep each box stable and to transfer moment and load from box to box vertically. They're like toy blocks, easily toppled from the side. Joining them horizontally is easier, but is usually not column or wall free. So it's not impossible, but it's not part of modular DNA. And these are our modules, and they have steel at the bottom. I can talk about that in the Q&A if you want, because it's a hybrid. But here, one of my students who's actually sitting back there, Suvian Pan, did experiment with the loft-like flexibility, but they're steel, and steel has, can do more of these larger horizontal spans, but not in the DNA of wood. What about variety? The current factory setup, however, is conducive to endless and sometimes imperceptible variety. Most factories are still big wood shops under a roof. The ingenuity is in the assembly line setup. Walls are made on tables and then lifted up, hoisted on platforms, and moved down a line. This makes it possible for every house to have its own dress pattern of walls, so to speak, fabricated on tables every day. While not cost efficient, it is the model that the modular industry has thrived on. Remember that catalog, and that signature catalog made 10 more pages of houses. It remains to be seen what robotic transformation results in, but right now you can see from the top, it's still that wood frame stuff on a flatbed. This is the kind of flexibility in type and variety in product that fed the desires of our clients and build it back. That's the thing that allowed us to do all this. You would have to spend a long time staring at these plans to see what exactly differs among them. It can simply be the length expanded to take advantage of every allowable inch of a lot, or the position of the kitchen, although some are truly different types. And I can show you a couple of these in more detail. Here are some two-story ones from the front. They look kind of the same, but they have different plans. And in fact, the one on the top is a two-family plan. And the one in the middle is longer. And I think the kitchen switches its position. If you stared at it long enough, you could probably see. These are the bungalows. Yeah, here you can see the kind of cross across the module where we were able to get some larger shifted space and the shifting of the kitchen. And here's then a two-family bungalow where it got another story. And this kind of goes ad infinitum. Almost every house is different. So the shotgun, this last one, illustrates another clear attribute in keeping with adaptation and flexibility, transformation through addition or recombination. You can just keep adding bedrooms at the end of a shotgun, especially if you're not on stilts. Or some, get your little ADU in your other room prefabricated. But now then for the second question, what is the relationship of this individuation to Houbraken's top levels of urbanism and infrastructure? And Build It Back, as I said, the houses were scattershot. They're for a group of people who did not see themselves as a community or behave like one. The process was designed to keep them super individualized. I don't have pictures of them because I never met them, and I don't have pictures of the interiors because I don't know them well enough to go into their homes. But there was a less obvious collective thread. Oops, sorry, I'm really on that. The creation of a family of houses, meaning a typology within which could occur great variation. We understand our neighborhood through this typiness, as in bungalow Brooklyn versus brownstone Brooklyn. The question is it enough? Unexpectedly, the project I built by conventional means in Sheepshead Bay for Build It Back more directly fulfills the Houbraken model. There's a shared typology of houses within which each family was able to dictate their planned arrangement, but there's also a shared water management and infrastructure at the scale of the block that they, the residents, had to fight for together with help from me and Pratt Center, because it was provided neither by Build It Back federal funds, one house only, or the city DEP, who didn't provide service to this unmapped street because it's unused. And in fact, it's collectively owned. So on the left, you see Sheepshead Bay, and on the right, one of the modular houses. But this is the difference. A master plan we did for all these mews, and then the one we actually built called Stanton Court with that shared infrastructure in the middle. And here's some of our process, which went over several years. I have another minute. Yeah, okay, great. Because there is actually an OR project for me that combines some of Sheepshead and the modular. And I really, it's a touchstone that someday I hope I actually can get built. It started as the rebuilding of flooded communities in New Orleans after Katrina for Plum Orchard, and you see the lower Ninth. And it began as a community-based master plan in Plum Orchard, where residents of 8 blocks near Lake Pontchartrain worked together to abandon their low-lying flooded property and find lots for their own neighbors' displaced homes within their community on higher ground near Chef Monteur, which is on the right. Left is low. And you can see it has the shared landscape at the scale of 8 blocks for infrastructure. We had a series of church basement meetings after this to develop the modular housing prototypes. And we're on the way to building the first when the developer and Acorn Housing went bust. And it includes, so here's some of the house types with their roof variations. And the other thing we had was this individual versus a shared backyard. So the house and the landscape were really kind of bound. The concept of modular build had an outsized importance for this project, not because the small wood frame houses could not be built through standard means, as in Sheepshead, but because modular typology signified both their shared identity and respect for individual need. For the residents, the modular house with its backyard within the shared landscape master plan embodied the relationship of collective and individual that they really wanted as they embarked on the rebuilding of their neighborhood one house at a time. That's it.
Very much, Deborah. It's really, really interesting and inspiring, these connections you were able to make between resident control and flexibility and choices and modular efficiency.
Yeah, thanks for bearing with me. Thank you, Corey, for
yeah. We will continue a conversation after James' presentation. I will invite now Shen, who is the principal at People's Architecture Office. Hi, how are you? People's Architecture Office is a multi-awarded firm based in Los Angeles, Beijing, and Shenzhen. He's also co-founder of the Plug-in House Company, which specializes in low-cost prefabricated housing. And James has been a law fellow at Harvard University, a senior research fellow at the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, and an innovation fellow at MIT China's Future City Lab. Thank you, James, for joining us.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So we started our work wanting with the intention of improving the living conditions for those that need it the most, and kind of found it difficult to actually engage in these situations. And so I'll be talking a little bit about how we found our way into doing more of this kind of work. And one of these approaches is or opportunities is really the possibility of piloting, working closely with cities. One of our earliest projects regarding our using our plug-in house system, actually this is how we developed this system through our architectural work, was in Beijing, in this area here called Dashilar. It's an area with a lot of sort of dilapidated housing, poor conditions, because it's also very old. It's very historic, and also very a very well-loved area, very valuable and with a lot of life. You can see that it's in a very unique position in the city. This is Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City. So it's right in the center of the city. And interestingly, in this excellent location, about half of the properties are vacant. You can see all of these are courtyard houses, these traditional courtyard houses, well known in Beijing. And you have all these portions of the properties that are vacant, which are in red. And so the city wanted to find a way to upgrade this area, but without relocating people and demolishing properties. You know, they were looking for alternative ways of improving conditions. So we had an opportunity to give some suggestions, and what we thought would be appropriate after doing some study was to try to build a house inside a house. And they seemed to find this sort of interesting, and we had an opportunity to try this out. However, there was really nothing out there that we found that we could use to do this, and therefore we developed our own system to see if we can tackle this issue with this approach. And what came out of that was our plug-in house system. So these are some before and after images. So this is the condition of one of the properties that we worked on. This is after, and you can see the building itself is in its original condition, and inside of it we built a plug-in house. Here's another one. There's a lot of informal building, a lot of informal construction in these areas, and this is with our plug-in house. And actually, the first project that we built was for our own office. We decided to move our office to this location to be closer to our work, and really tried out the system on ourselves first. And this is actually our office in the same area where we were working on these properties. From that project, we continue to do more properties in that area, but we also found more opportunities to engage with local governments in these pilots. And this is a very different city. This is in Shenzhen in the south, but very similar conditions, very different sort of land tenure issues. But lots of these sort of abandoned properties. This is in a urban village, and we actually there are these properties that they cannot take down, cannot demolish, but also cannot use. And so we inserted our plug-in houses into these properties, where some of them don't even have roofs. And you can see here that we can do this without damaging anything, affecting anything. And what was really useful to get authorities to agree to doing this was that we can also remove these if it was necessary, right? So this kind of flexibility, I think, made this approach a very sort of low risk approach. And these are some of the different properties that were there. This one barely had even any walls. And this is more recently, we've been able to expand this approach to areas that are much larger than what we had before. These are some of these areas some of these properties have over about 20 units of these plug-in houses. This is a place called Jingdezhen, which is the ceramics capital of China. It's where they made all the imperial ceramics. And these were old ceramic studios, and we were able to use the system to upgrade these properties so that it can be used again as ceramic studios for artists that are up and coming artists that are working today. yeah, you can see these are properties with multiple units. These courtyards actually have several units within one property. Another thing that has been very important for us is our ability to work very closely with the people that would be living and using our plug-in house units. And this is often very difficult for us to achieve in our more typical architecture projects. You have our clients, but they are not necessarily the people that are going to be using these houses. But we were able to do this in our plug-in houses, and oftentimes we would work outside of projects funded by the city and work directly with residents, because we were able to design and build these for low cost. So this is Mrs. Fan, one of our earliest clients, and this is just showing our process. We spent a lot of time trying to understand their needs, and also their needs tend to be very unique and hard to understand, because there's how you build and what you build is not formally regulated. A lot of this has to do with negotiation with the people around you, and even with authorities. It's informal. And so this allowed us to really try to understand the dynamics of this, and also the regulatory environment, which continues to shift and change. Land tenureship is also unclear, and it's purposely unclear. Yeah, we were able to work with a lot of different individuals in these residential areas, and also in some areas that are in rural locations. So this is the Wong family. They have a organic farm. This is in a city called Guangzhou. So we were able to use the system in lots of different situations, but as you can see here, we started getting a lot of interest in not just the upgrading house and house approach, but also as a standalone individual residence. Another way that we've engaged with individuals is not just through working closely to develop a design, but also in the building process. So this is a project in Austin, Texas. This is called Esperanza, near the airport in Austin, and this is a community for people who are unhoused. That's run by the Other Ones Foundation, an excellent nonprofit. There are about a couple hundred residents here, and we designed these housing units as non-congregate housing units for this community. But what we did with them was that we trained residents, and these are all people who are formerly unhoused, and probably most people have some form of mental disability, but our system is easy enough and simple enough that people can really understand how to do this really quickly, and also it's a panelized system, so it's easy to handle. We were able to work together with them to build these houses. And it's important that we're able to do this because as we're going through this process, we're exchanging stories, really learning about what's going on. People just naturally sort of share their life story, and they also share with us how it is to live in other types of housing designed by other people. For example, here on this side, they actually have pretty much every single kind of prefabricated, modular, whatever housing that you can think of. This is on the right side. These are the better shelter units from IKEA. This is a pallet shelter unit that is being used for a lot of these non-congregate communities, and then our units. But they also have all kinds of other prefabricated modular products there. It's also important that to say that our units are not used just for housing, but we've also designed ones for a lot of the wraparound services available on this site. Caseworker housing, caseworker offices and food distribution services, and also these arch structures that are community gathering spaces also were designed and built by us. This is one of these office units with two, sort of like a duplex space. Demonstration has been also a really interesting aspect of what we've been able to do, and very important. We've done these with students on campuses. This is at Harvard Yard, and working with students, we're able to show how easy it is to build this, and also because we can erect these and take them down quickly. It allows us to go into places that are very public, so that we can engage a lot of people. This was at the Rural Studio in Alabama, also working with students there. We also had a great opportunity to do this at Boston City Hall with the mayor's Housing Innovation Lab. And this was used for them to have a discussion around new ADU policy. We had roundtable meetings with housing advocates and policymakers, and gathered a lot of input from the public. We had a lot of people come through here, and this input then fed into new housing policy that they were working on, and later was able to put out later that year regarding accessory dwelling units in Boston. We've also used these units on properties that are going through permitting. So properties that are just sitting there, you can't do anything with them typically, but we use these. We put in some of these plug-in houses as a temporary buildings. Here we're demonstrating sort of a net zero use with putting solar panels on the roofs, and this was used as a artist residency. This is a local artist in Austin, Elizabeth Lopez, and we're just using this as a kind of rotating artist residency to support the community there. Recently, we're also really lucky to share this with Governor Newsom at his State of the State address, which focused on homelessness, where he announced a measure to have $1 billion in funding for 1,200 houses across 4 cities, these small houses. And you can see here, you also have a collection of all the different other manufacturers that are producing these products, and we really wanted to show that you could provide a very high quality product that could meet very different unique demands in different locations, rather than sort of what you're typically offered. And we partnered with a company called Gotham's, that does emergency services and logistics to do this. Finally, I'll talk about the product itself. What we did was we spun off basically a separate company from our architecture practice called Plug-in House. I did this with a partner that I met at Harvard, actually, at one of those demonstrations.
James, let's try to wrap up, because Teams is leaving at 1, so we want to try to
okay, absolutely. So I'll just go through this very quickly. We have a locking mechanism integrated into this panel. We had to do a lot of testing, because this is not a wood or steel structure. So we're really developing our own system with our own. We have our own certifications, and that allows us to do something that is very unique. And also, we are now the largest shareholder of this factory, producing this so that we have full control over the supply chain, developing all these different models, and also providing a full range of services. So it's not just about the house, but also from the sewage and septic tanks to also site planning and engineering. So recognizing that is necessary to provide a whole range of services in order to make this work. And finally, now we're working on some new accessory dwelling unit models. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am a flying house fan, as James knows, and it would be great to then talk about these processes of transferring like the technology and the methodologies from one geography to the other. But before, I want to introduce Tim Swanson, who is the founder of Inherent Homes, a Chicago development company focused on affordable housing and community development. Tim is a board member of Archie Works and the West Central Association of Architects and we can feel you are in your at your company now. And he also sits on the design council for the School of Art Institute of Chicago. So Tim, I will start the conversation by asking you about some questions about your model. Before in the morning, there was a very nice discussion about this relationship between quantity and quality in housing. And of course, I mean, in US cities, but everywhere in the world, there is such a quantitative pressure for housing delivery, right? So governments, local, central governments are really pushing cities, private and public sector to expand the supply of housing. But this time, perhaps unlike 50 or 60 years ago, there is an agreement that quality is also important. There is also an awareness in the civil society about how important quality is. And it seems that these are questions you're asking in your company by trying to reinvent what the supply means, what is the role of the developer, by understanding and caring about the challenges and demands of your clients who are also many times first-time owners. So I would really appreciate if you can introduce us to how the inherent home model works.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the introduction, Laura. And I love James and Deborah, your work and the previous conversation. I'm going to start with a legal definition of the word inherent. This is the only time I'll talk about law because it's not my forte. But the legal definition of the word inherent is the right or privilege to be vested in somebody else, right? And that's so important. Just as you framed, Laura, we look at solutions that are about how we house people, but we don't actually look at the quality or the experience or the longevity of those housing topologies. And I think we're finally moving into that category, just as you framed. Because for us, if our central tenant and the central tenant for inherent, if we're vested in somebody else, is building equity, building value, not just for the homeowner, but for the community, not just for the community, but the neighborhood and the city beyond it. And so for us, it is that broader picture, right? It's using the powers of design and engineering and technology and construction to actually solve for a viable path to a better future. And so for us, it kept meaning bigger and bigger questions, bigger and bigger conversations. We build in a production facility, not just because we can control the environment and we can build a better housing product, but because we fundamentally believe we have to build thriving wage careers in those same communities. The community that I'm sitting in right now, where our facility is located, depending on the demographic, it's between 28 and 54% unemployment rates. And so we knew that it wasn't just about converting this nascent civic land into housing stock, but it was actually creating meaningful paths to careers. Or as Henry Ford said a long time ago, what's the point of building a Model T if a factory line worker can't buy a Model T? And so that's the thesis we take here too. We have to build the best housing possible, but we actually have to make it available to as many people as possible. And so solving that larger that larger pool. Because if our entry-level employees, many of which are previously justice involved, all of which have never worked the trades until they came here today or to this organization, if they can't buy the house that they made, then I'm extracted. And if I'm extracted, then I'm not addressing the larger challenges around equitable reinvestment and stabilization of local economies. And so for us as a development thesis, it is about bringing the best of what we have to offer to the most people that we can provide it to. It's about taking neighborhoods that have nascent or underutilized assets and resources. Many of our communities where we're working, there's 60 to 80% vacant land. And so we identify an anchor partner, an elementary school, for example. And our first development community will have 30 homes that surround that elementary school over the next 7 months, right? That's how we start to think about what is that radical reinvestment? What does it mean to bring additional resources? So for existing homeowners, we provide energy retrofit grants. For the community writ large, we start to look at now if we're building really beautiful, and as James and as Deborah and others have shared, really beautiful housing that is about experience and quality. Now, how do we re-lift the infrastructure that exists all around that too? So bringing things like community-based micro solar co-op grids, which we can do now when we think about it at scale. So Laura, it is for Inherent, it is sort of what is the best version of how we can exist as humans with each other? And then what are all those bigger questions that have to be answered, whether it is alternative lending products that we're working on with our community residents, or down payment assistance programs, or even just credit readiness for our households. Thinking about what it is to build that stronger platform for a family.
Thank you so much. I will invite Deborah and James to join the discussion so we can start like a productive conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And I will ask a follow-up question to you, Tim, and to the three of you regarding this political tension that exists between kind of a momentum for modular and prefabricated housing, right? Many mayors are actually pushing for the industry to expand, but at the same time, there is kind of a pushback from construction unions who actually see this correlation between the reduction of labor costs in prefabricated housing and modular housing and the sustainability of employment in cities by, also considering that the construction industry is very labor intensive. So how it is possible to reconcile this tension of like the comparative advantage of modular housing in terms of affordable housing and reducing costs, and at the same time keeping labor sustainable in the industry?
Yeah. I'll start with that, and I love these other. I love your perspectives as well, fellow members of this panel. It is what we have found. We struggle, and Chicago is a very union-centric city. The construction and labor unions are very strong and very powerful, and simultaneously are desperately struggling to do two important things. One, bring that next generation of trade workers in, and two, expand the demographic. Here in Chicago, our construction in Chicago is about 4% women and about 7% minority participants. We as an entity are match our demographics of our city. We're 80% minority and 50% women. I bring that up because what we have found with our labor unions is that path from the community that I'm sitting in right now to the halls of the labor union is so vast, and the gap is so vast that we find ourselves in our nonprofit workforce development entity is really focused on taking somebody who has never worked a trade job and giving them that well-rounded experience so that they can matriculate on. I believe strongly in the power of unionized and collective voice. And so we believe that it is also important to reach deeper than maybe traditional and conventional policy and structure allows to bridge that gap between what it looks like to deliver things more efficiently and at the same time, what it looks like to actually create a meaningful entry point. An entry point that is stable and secure and certain as a job is the best way for us to prepare people to enter the unions. And so it's a tenuous balance, certainly for us, but it's an important one. We've matriculated a number of folks through our facility onto apprentice programs. It's exactly what we need to do to start closing that gap.
Right.
Deborah?
That's great. So inspiring to meet. So happy to meet you. It is a real issue. I mean, the reason the city took so long to desperately at the end use modular was because of a lot of union issues. And I should say the houses not only took a lot less, they were slightly less expensive. There's still a lot of site work, you have to send down piles like 100 feet and then build up those concrete posts. But I think this model in New Orleans, we worked with the union to set up a factory. Exactly. And that factory was pretty amazing. They were even going to fold their own light gauge studs. And so that the notion of a lot more fluidity, which is not the way modular is used now by developers, is to avoid exactly what you're saying. To avoid unions, to make much more fluidity in what the union means is very, very important, I would say. And it's, and as soon as you solve that one, something else is going to change. I mean, what about robotics? Even in a modular factory, you're training carpenters, God bless you. But in Sweden, there aren't a lot of carpenters on that floor. And so who are you training? And technologies all over, building technologies are moving so fast that training and flexibility and how we understand labor and include them in the process is really a big question.
Yeah, it definitely seems that this is a question that does not escape the larger question of like labor and technological advancement. And it's also, I think, a question around quantity again of labor instead, not only on only housing, but I mean, this is like a very interesting reflection, Deborah and team. I will do one more question before the team has to leave our Zoom, but I'm very interested in this as a teacher too, and you all teach as well. So it seems that embarking these questions of like modular architecture and prefab implies that we architects become more familiar and we understand knowledge that is not exclusively what we learn in studios, and it's also about technology and materials. It's about economies of scale, about industrial prototypes, logistics, transportation. So architecture becomes something that is much more than desk design, and architects become actors that have more complex knowledge. And I would like to know, based on your professional experiences, what kind of knowledge and skills, technical and soft, you had to incorporate once you got involved in these architectural journeys.
I love it. So I'll answer briefly, and thank you everybody for your grace for the fact that I'm gonna have to close down a little too soon. I'll frame it in an anecdote. And so this was a conversation at the large firm roundtable here in Chicago. I was blessed to lead one of the largest firms here in Chicago. We were sitting around and we were talking about how we keep and retain the best talent. And the conversation really got to this point of, how do I take your best talent while protecting my best talent? What we failed to realize was that as a profession, we were training the leaders of every other profession. The sort of the ability for an architect to think about these very complex challenges can sometimes be relegated just to the form or the function of the structure itself. But I fundamentally believe, and we see this whether it's work I do with School of the Art Institute or IIT here in Chicago or with others, that brain potential that we have as architects is hungry to solve a bigger and bigger thing. And so it's expanding the understanding of what it really means when we draw something, when we ideate something. It expands what we mean when we work deeply with community around focus groups and language and shredding and actually take it all the way to the end, so that my students, when they come in and they work with us, they actually meet the families who get the house. They start to understand the bigger role and opportunity that architects have not just in the physicality of the built environment, but the social and cultural infrastructure of the built environment too. That's where, as a profession, we have to move, right? We can either be relegated to the corner, or we can be these champions for the meaningful kind of change that stabilizes, at least here in Chicago in the Midwest, that stabilizes and sets up a better, more plausible future that is more equitable, that is more connected, that is more beautiful, that is more efficient. It's all of those things, and it's logistics, and it's the technical bits of means and methods, but it's also the really big policy decisions that actually have to be shifted. They meaningfully have to be shifted so that we can do the things that we sometimes, politicians sometimes talk about out loud, but takes the real brass tacks, the sort of sticks and bricks policy to realize. And with that, I'm so grateful for you all. I am bummed that I'm going to miss the rest of this conversation with you, James, Deborah, and Lara, and I can't wait to hang out in future virtual and physical conversations together with you all. Be well, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I think in our work, we've really had to think broadly about our role and to expand our skills. But I think fundamentally, we're doing the same thing, just in different areas. And essentially, I think you just have to be, you have to retain the ability to be creative and open-minded, but apply these skills to regulation and land tenure, building technology, development, all these different areas. So I actually still think of it as architecture is just different angles into working with the built environment. I also wanted to briefly touch on kind of the labor question. Our system is actually a little bit different than modular, what you would understand as modular, because it's a flat packed panelized system. So actually there is still labor involved on site. Another thing about our system is that it can be rapidly deployed. So what we've tried to do is to really have as many of these more difficult conversations as possible, to talk directly with unions and people that may feel concerned about new approaches and technologies. But in our system, you can actually bring them all into the whole process. Again, because there's always site work, as Deborah mentioned. You still have to do the foundations. And there's a lot of on-site, other things are that have to be done on-site. So those still exist with our projects, but they can go faster. So actually, an electrician can do a lot more projects in a short amount of time. And we also integrate some of the electrical work into the way that we build our units. So we actually work very closely with people on site.
Right. Yeah, that's really, the flat pack is different. And in fact, you spread out the labor force, really, in a lot of ways. But for this kind of this large scale modular stuff, first of all, if you're going to remain companies want you to design a product, right? And products are not Haubrockish in a certain sense. And that, it's like designing a car. Basically the car becomes a kind of model for industrial production. But the open-ended thing is the system. And to design, though, for an architect to design a system really means you're almost much more an industrial designer, not the kind who does the outside of the toaster, kind of industrial engineer designer. And you need to collaborate. And it doesn't mean that you're not acting as a designer, but you just need to collaborate. And actually, those were the studios that James Garrison and I were running at Pratt. Where there was a lot of collaboration with engineers and the building industry. And they really appreciate it because there's very little research within industry. You're there, you're making the stuff, how you change your system or evolve it really has fundamentally happened outside the factory. Not Ford, not, they have a lot, they do a lot of research, but the modular industry does not. The thing that is hard, I think the community stuff is harder. That's kind of your usual R&D. The problem with the community is you never want to use the community as a guinea pig. You can't, the way we introduce students into community work is really fraught because nothing happens in 15 weeks. Something happens in 5 years. And I actually think that's the larger issue for student education. And I have thoughts on it, but some other day.
Yeah, that's really interesting, and it really poses questions about, what do we teach in studios, and also the studio culture when we relate to like community work or where we do international like experiences. And so I had some very interesting questions here, but first I would like to ask you like a more overall like perhaps question about positioning of this type of architecture. So it seems as we talk, there is a push for like, let's go for modular, even if there is resistance at some sector. But there seemed to be a political momentum, at least like in US cities. However, at the same time, it feels that modular architecture, even more than prefab architecture, has to overturn the myths and realities written by its own history. And with this, I say, we are now in a context where progressive architectural debates strongly criticize modernist values, standardization, universality of users, mass production. So I wonder, in your opinion, and also, I know that James has worked internationally, and there are, too, but also by working in New York, and at Pratt Institute, she's very exposed to these kind of debates. How a new generation of modular architecture can reconcile these current debates about diversification of architecture values, decolorization, and so on, at the same time uphold what is essential to its nature?
I think it's actually the way in which we think about this subject is a little bit limited with the history that we have. For example, almost every single project that I've done is unique. Our buildings are unique. There's a range in which how unique they are, but I think we've shown that you can be extremely sensitive to the context, to the use case, and still be able to reduce cost and do things more efficiently. I think one thing that we haven't really talked about is cost and customization. And I think some of the examples that Deborah showed, like Nike shoes and things like that, I think there's a lot of methods today that allow us to meet different needs. It's no longer the case where you have to make everything the same. Build everything like shipping containers in order to achieve this. And actually, it's still expensive, right? Because no matter what, each site and location is unique. So those costs oftentimes remain high, but there's a component of the project cost that could be reduced. And when you talk about modular, it's really offsite construction. The construction process is very similar, stick construction or light steel. But we can also innovate with our products, and that's something that we've done. That's in a very large area which there's not enough work being done to reduce costs in those places where you really can. And then you allow for the flexibility and customizability with a lot of things that have to happen on site.
Right. I think that's, I'm really glad you went first and gave that answer, because it's so good. I mean, the model of the first panel, the whole idea is that there's at least part of those units underneath the big concrete frame that the idea of a customized prefab system allows flexibility. With the module, I think there's a distinction between, our housing stock and modernist architecture. And I think if all those factories in Pennsylvania, and I showed signature, I showed 3 pages from, I don't know, there might be 12 pages of, you can choose one of these and customize. So, it's responding to a set of desires that exist and do not yet incorporate where we as architects, social revolutionaries and ecologists want our housing stock necessarily to go. But that becomes, a kind of complex cultural discussion. And I don't, will move, with a kind of feedback loop, which is kind of what Dwell's about, right? Like, oh, buy this one instead. It's got a green roof, and it's just because it's not a one-off, because it's a whole system of production. The movement's slower, the innovation slower. I think in terms, as I said, you can't do Patch 22, which I love that project, but because you can't yet make that kind of frame at any height for sure. Doesn't mean eventually you can't. But housing in New York, and maybe in China too, I don't know, the module dimensions and how we build these teeny little, 500, 700 square foot apartments in New York City are not totally at odds. So the shoe fits, for better or worse.
Yeah. I think that that's a very interesting comment that actually jumps on Stephen Kendall's question about this source proposal on actually dividing the support from the infill, and the support being designed, being like an object of design that must last forever, and the infill like having this flexibility. It's very interesting your thought on how that adapts to the context of New York, where you are like you're managing like a different also culture of like living in terms of surveys, in terms of like mobility all across the city. And in the case of James, how actually, in my opinion, those two meet. When modular becomes something at the lower scale in the architectural building, I think that the plug-in house is a very nice example of how the support and the infill meet in a technological solution. I think that it's really interesting. So, I mean, we have only a couple of minutes. There are very nice questions about how the plug-in house works regarding electrical plumbing and waste, and how do you actually connect those to an existing urban fabric. I would like to, because we are a university that is in New York City, I would really like to bring up the discussion of like how these modular systems can actually work in context of high density, both because the history of modular housing in high density is not very positive, mostly because you really reduce the cost beforehand, but at the same time, then the maintenance costs, and all the related costs in the long term become like something that is unsuitable for like affordable housing residents. But also, whether we can think of like how these modular and prefab solutions can offer also temporary solutions for densifying the city. James, in particular, I know that you have been working with the accessory dwelling units in low density context, and I wonder whether we could actually implement them to, for example, expand underutilized FRIs in New York City or things like that.
Yeah, I think there are two ways of talking about this. I mean, for one, our work is pretty much mostly focused on dense urban areas and infill situations, because I think that's where you need the housing the most. Unfortunately, most cities in the U.S. are not as dense as New York, and still there's a lot of space that could be better used, a whole ton of space that could be better used, and therefore I think ADUs may potentially make a difference in that. And the situation that you're confronted with a lot of these infill situations is the shape of the lot and kind of a lot of the zoning requirements and things that you have to deal with, and therefore you have to customize. So I think that's one challenge that I believe we're able to make some progress on. The other thing is just moving vertically, right? Certainly, the more you can put on one piece of land, the better. That is a challenge for us, as Deborah mentioned. The higher you go, the more more work the structure needs to do. But I think the comment about from Stephen about discussing mutability, rigidity versus flexibility, I think is extremely important. I mean, it makes no sense to build buildings. We want buildings to have the quality of a permanent building. I don't think that needs to conflict with flexibility, right? I mean, we build so many buildings for a certain use, and then that totally changes, right? Like all those office buildings, post-pandemic, what do you do with that, right? And to turn that into housing is not easy at all. So I think ways of thinking of buildings that way would be helpful. And we've been thinking about, we've done a couple of experiments with this where we have a rigid structure that allows you to go vertically, but then inside we've inserted our plug-in houses. And we've done this in 3 stories. I'm not sure, I have to see whether or not it's really practical. I'm thinking it might be, but it'll take some exploring. But yeah, I think there is potential in that. But for us, that's our limitation. I think 2 stories will be our limit currently.
So the high rise, there needs to be a lot of there has been research done. You say that. And you're right, Laura, that gets a bad rap. But for all the failures of the tallest modular building by shop, no one quite understands that they had to work them out to get the building finished. And that by the end of the building, it was a success story. And technologically, that if you really want to know, you can't be off at all as you get higher and higher and higher, because it's incremental and you get the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? And you gotta, and again, it's the vertical transfer that is the big deal. And by the end, they worked out these jigs and they have this kind of threaded technology that actually works. And so, but it was a very expensive experiment. And so people are scared to go there again. And there has to, again, I said it's a big research effort, but it's certainly possible. But it's going to be, you know, the thing that doesn't change is that's understanding it as module on module on module. And the issue with the frame and fill is that there's a redundancy in cost, right? So why not just, you know, James could make a gorgeous flat pack system that wasn't actually a module, it's just components. And I think there's going to be a real move towards components because of that. And then the only last thing I would say at the end of the day, with all, you know, having seen the difference, really the cost in New York is the cost of the land, right? And the sidewalk bridge, and, you know, the cost of the land. And then, but then everything else that regulates the construction industry. And I don't, you know, there are going to be really places where it's really smart to use modular and places where it's not, but I can't see it at this particular moment of being the panacea for speed, no cost. There's a certain amount of quality control you get. But yeah, it's not, unfortunately, it's not the one line answer solution.
Yeah, it's a pretty complicated environment for innovation, paradoxically. But with that, I mean, I really appreciate this conversation. I think that's something that is really interesting to me, not only in the context of like New York, but also internationally. I am, of course, not a New Yorker. Is that, I mean, these kind of innovations in the fabrication of housing really diversifies who is the producer. And to me, you know, who is the producer in terms of a developer, in terms of who builds, like in James, you know, example, but also, you know, who gets involved in the integral policy, like in your cases, Deborah. So to me, there is so much exploration there and a lot of opportunities. So I really appreciate you two and Tim and Kasim for putting together this panel that I really enjoyed.
Thank you guys so much. This was really, really, really interesting. And brings up so many different issues that relate in some direct ways to some of the historical material we started off with, and in some really interesting indirect ways. You know, as Stephen Kendall's question points out, this is not open building, but it does sort of bring up questions of agency and questions of consultation and questions of variation. And as Laura says, sort of questions of who builds your city, and how can we think about agency in those terms as well. So I think this is a really, really, really stimulating part of the conversation. It was also so wonderful to share both of these projects in the exhibition. They really, really stimulated a lot of conversation in the gallery as well, being able to see the models in your case, Deborah, and to see that incredible video of Mrs. Fan, I think it is, James. And with plug-in houses. So that's been really, really appreciated, but it's really wonderful to hear some of the thinking behind it. And actually something, James, that you just said really provides a really amazing segue for our next panel after a short lunch break, when you talked about, you know, the size of the lot, right? When we're thinking about some of the things that actually perhaps create, or not perhaps, that definitely create conditions of inflexibility, particularly in lower density environments, which is going to be the theme of our final panel for the day, which will start in about 35 minutes at 2 o'clock. We have a blockbuster panel of experts, including Renee Chow from CED Berkeley, Dana Cuff from UCLA, Michael Piper from the Daniels Faculty at the University of Toronto, moderated by our very own June Williamson, one of our nation's greatest experts in retrofitting suburbia. So please stay with us, take a break, stretch, get a sandwich, get some water. We'll start promptly at 2 o'clock for a discussion about suburban fabric. And then we will conclude with a little reflection session, trying to pull together some of the amazing threads. And my head is already kind of exploding with all the different threads that one could pull at really stimulating discussions. So thank you guys so much for sharing your work with us and your perspective. Laura, thank you so much for moderating such a stimulating conversation. Leave your Zooms on and turn your cameras off, and we'll start promptly again for the final session at 2 p.m. See you then.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Kasim. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. I might just try sharing my screen now, and then I'm going to join you back in 40 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, 35,
Okay.
but yes.
35, yeah, okay. Just to be exact.
Yes.
Let me see. The morning sessions were great.
Oh, thank you so much for joining. That was really, really stimulating.
Oh yeah, I was really glad to join. I especially liked the first set. Let's see. That's this. Let's see, maybe I'll just do this. No. Yeah, you should be seeing the whole screen. I guess I need to do.
You just see.
Hold on. Yeah, now you should just see the screen that. This is not the right presentation, actually, but
yeah, right now we're seeing your
You're seeing your PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Great.
Interface.
Just
not
my PowerPoint.
No.
Yeah, that's
not slideshow. You gotta.
Are you sharing the? Are you playing it?
Hold on. I'm going to stop sharing. That was the lecture I have to give to my class later. Yeah, here we go. I think I'll just shut that down. Then there won't be any confusion. How are you, June?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. Okay, let's try again.
Also, I noticed, Dana, do you have there's some sound on a couple of those videos. Do you want people to hear the sound, or does that not matter?
It doesn't really matter. It's kind of like clickety clack music, and it's a little irritating, but
yeah, the only point there is when you share, you have to click a button to enable the sound, or nobody will hear it.
Okay, let me just see. So now you should be seeing my screen, but you've got the little slides on the side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just see if
So
I can get it.
Yeah, if you just want to play it.
Yeah. Now I've lost this is why I do, it seems to me like 4 years into this, we shouldn't have any difficulty anymore.
If you go to slideshow, there you are, right there.
Play from start. Yeah.
Great. So now we can just see the slides. Do you still have
Okay,
your
so
notes?
let me just look and see about the image, the videos. Were you happy with the mornings, Kasim?
Yes, very.
Good. Tom Franson's talk was especially good. So you can't hear that?
No, what you have to do is when you go to share, there's a button you have to click if you want sound. But we don't need the sound, then you can just keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this,
and
if
maybe
it's just music,
yeah,
it's better to just keep talking over it.
Right.
So the other thing I would say, go back to your first slide. This is a little little Zoom trick. If you now play it from the start, just go to the first slide, not presenter. What you doing presenter view? Okay. Now,
You don't want to, I'd like to have presenter view because that's where I have my notes.
Yeah, if that works for you, this is good. Now, if you stop sharing right now and don't close the PowerPoint,
it'll open up that way.
It'll open like this. It should open like this without you having to start the PowerPoint. It should open with the slide already.
That'd be great.
So if you stop sharing right now and don't touch anything else, when you go to share, it should already be open to full screen and queued up. And if it's not, I'll just tell you.
Okay, that sounds great. And I'm going to listen to Michael first. So
yes, yeah. So June will introduce all three of you, and then you'll present one after another, and then we'll have a really interesting conversation.
Okay, I'm going to tune out and I'll tune back in 25 minutes or so.
Perfect. Awesome. See you then.
Okay. Bye.
And
thanks.
Awesome. Bye. I don't have Renee's. I have Michael's and Dana's backup slides in case there's a problem. I did not get Renee's.
I have Renee's. I'll put it in your Dropbox, but I think it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, it's up to you because I did send you that Dropbox link. If you want to copy it over there, then I'll have it.
I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'm sure she's a pro, but she wasn't able to be at our coordination meeting and so on. So, you know, and she seemed to have some trouble sending the large file, but. Okay. Hi, Michael and Renee.
Hi, Jim.
Hi. I guess we have to wait for Kasim to come back. Oh, there he is. Looks like we've got Michael. And do a tech check.
Shall I share? Looks like you're muted, by the way, Kasim.
Yes, please share.
Okay. You can see okay, I got it there, yeah?
Yeah, we can see the whole outline too. Is it okay? There it is.
Perfect.
Okay.
Stop sharing.
Oh wow,
that.
you even made it American spelling. Thank you.
We actually look when we did the exhibition, like the woman who managed the installation was like, that's not how we spell neighborhood. So she was constantly like,
Yeah, but you're American.
no, I mean, it's yeah, so neighborhood with a U, center with RE, the whole spiel.
Great.
Anyway.
Awesome. All right.
All right. So that worked. Renee, are you able, do you want to do a test? Hello. Oh, can't hear you.
Sorry, just came out of a meeting.
Yeah.
I'll do a test. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
And Dana did her test before the break, so she's all good.
Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You want to just press next and beautiful. Perfect.
All right.
If nothing, we learned that tests always work in Zoom and then they break apart when you have to go.
No.
Awesome. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to get started in about 10 minutes. So I'll just welcome everybody back and then hand it back to you, June.
Okay. And see you all then.
I did want to mention June Custom. My mic is usually fine, but sometimes this thing gets tucked like behind my collar and it gets muffled. So if y'all wouldn't mind letting me know, don't let me drone on too long with a muffled voice. Okay.
Totally. Will do.
Thanks.
you want our cameras on or off, Kasim?
June will invite you to turn them on when we start in a minute.
Say that again. I had you muted.
Off for now. June will invite you, when she introduces you, she'll invite you to turn your cameras on.
Got it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys for sticking with us. And I'm just sharing right now some images of the exhibition from both the opening and of the design, just for people to get a little bit of a sense of one of the ways in which we've been exploring these ideas. And I'll leave those on for another minute or two while people settle back in. And I know some new people are joining us, particularly in California, who weren't able to join us for the very stimulating morning, but we'll get into that in a couple minutes. So hang in there, check out the exhibition from these slideshow of images, and we'll reconvene in a minute or two. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a good stretch and already probably started reflecting, as I certainly did, on an incredibly stimulating series of discussions this morning, presentations and discussions. So I'm so glad to see many of you have stuck around with us. And I also see there are some new people joining us now for what is sure to be a really blockbuster panel as we kind of scale up from thinking about flexibility in terms of buildings to really thinking about flexibility and the barriers to flexibility that happen at the neighborhood scale, which was something that also really fascinated Bracken as he moved on in his career, always with that tight focus on the need to reintroduce a sense of control and agency on the part of users, but also on the part of communities to decide not only what should be built anew, but also what can remain and how new kinds of housing environments can be nested in scale and in circulation with other pre-existing vernacular forms, and to really look at the fabric of forms and those nested scales of what is shared, what is proprietary, what is flexible, what is permanent, and think about that more broadly across a greater swath of the landscape and of our settlement patterns. So we're so very lucky to have some of the finest minds on this issue joining us today. And to introduce them and lead us off, our very own June Williamson, one of our nation's or probably the world's experts in retrofitting suburbia and so much more. Take it away, June. Thank you so much for being with us, and I can't wait for this conversation. So I'll let you get right to it. Thank you, June.
Thank you, Kasim. It's a tremendous pleasure to moderate this final panel. And a real honor to participate in these conversations of the influence of John Houbraken. And I do have my Houbraken library on the side here in my, I think, somewhat rare copy of Transformations of the Site. My copy of the Grunsfeld Variations has been lent to Kasim. So flexibility is about more than design and construction. It's about understanding the potential to retrofit urban fabric, and more specifically, the suburban form defined by low density zoning and subdivision regulations that has become dominant, certainly in Northern America. So this requires a deep understanding of the policies that perpetuate unsustainable and inflexible settlement patterns. So our question now is what can be done and how can we do it? So to discuss that, we have three guests, and they're going to present in the order that they are in the program. And I'll just briefly introduce each of them, and we'll have 15-minute presentations from each, and then time for discussion. So first, and why don't the three of you put on your cameras now? We have Michael Piper, who's an assistant professor of urban design and architecture and director of the Master of Urban Design program at the University of Toronto, and a good friend. Piper is coordinating a rehousing, a research project about transforming single-family homes into multifamily housing. And the research builds on related work in the exhibition Housing Multitudes, Reimagining the Landscapes of Suburbia, conceived and curated by Richard Sommer and included in the exhibit at the CCNY Spitzer School. And then Dana Cuff is professor of architecture at UCLA. Her work focuses on affordable housing, modernism, suburban studies, the politics of place, and the spatial implications of new computer technologies. She's founder of the prolific and influential research and design center CityLab, and its more recent offshoot, CoLab. And her most recent book, just out from MIT Press, is Architectures of Spatial Justice. And our third presenter will be Renee Chow, who is William W. Worcester Dean of the UC Berkeley College of Environmental Design and principal of Studio Urbis, an architecture and urban design practice. Her books are Suburban Space, The Fabric of Dwelling, and Changing Chinese Cities, The Potentials of Field Urbanism. Also, I would like to add that Renee was a valued role model for me when I studied architecture at MIT. And she, in turn, was a mentee of John Hebraken during his years on the faculty there. So let's get started. Michael, take it away. In 15 minutes we practiced, right? But I'll make a note or interject.
I've got my timer. I'm about to start, but yeah, please don't hesitate, June. But thank you, June, and thank you, Qasim, for the invite. Really excited to be on this panel with you, Renee and Dana. Really wonderful opportunity for this conversation. So thank you. Okay, so I'll start sharing. So there we go. This presentation is about housing design at the scale of Northern American suburban territories, and specifically about the capacity of reimagining the neighborhood in a way that is perhaps incremental, flexible, and in a way that can be modified and realized over time. The drawing here is from an exhibition that June had mentioned, Housing Multitudes. I'll show some images from that in a moment. In collaboration with Richard Summer, as she noted in the drawings, were all by colleague Bradley Dunn, which I want to credit him because you'll see a lot of this graphic showing up. So a majority, as I'm sure we know, a majority of Northern American urban land is zoned for single-family neighborhoods. This is a super long drawing that you're seeing on the bottom of the screen that we included in this exhibition. It foregrounds the kind of periphery of the greater Toronto area, so the suburbs of the area rather than the downtown. And what you're seeing in yellow are the kind of expanse of single-family homes. There are some 2 million in the greater Toronto area, constituting somewhere between 50 to 65% of the urbanized land area, depending on which municipality you're in. So while they make up a majority of urban land, they have been off limits for new housing for quite some time since their inception, in fact, until relatively recently. Toronto and many other cities in Canada and of course also in the States are revisiting their zoning policy to enable new kinds of housing in this area, multiplexes, garden suites, et cetera. So the following is a set of ideas for creating new housing in these low-rise areas, again, focusing at the scale of the neighborhood. So this project, as mentioned, I'll share, suggests that to create housing, it is important to look beyond the individual home and to consider its relationship to larger infrastructures, policies, and systems. And we propose that the neighborhood unit, pictured here, offers an intermediary scale to negotiate between the home and some of these larger systems. The neighborhood units, this diagram of the neighborhood unit by Clarence Perry was foundational to the production of Northern American suburbs. And so understanding them is key to their reform. Neighborhood units are framed by arterial roads. These are high traffic roads that keep fast moving cars at its periphery, and I'll speak more about this in a moment. Commercial or multifamily housing is typically at the corners facing these arterials. Nowadays, these are oftentimes large parcels, malls, and other forms of kind of large scale commercial or multifamily housing types. Schools are located in the middle so that children can walk to school without having to cross the big roads that ring the periphery. And the rest are typically large, circuitous blocks of single-family homes designed to keep cars from moving too fast. So here you can see these parts compiled, malls at the corner, schools in the middle, housing in between. The system was codified with land use zoning and was adopted widely during post-war urbanization processes. To hasten its deployment, the unit was applied to territorial subdivision systems, such as Thomas Jefferson's Land Ordinance of 1785, the property lines of which serve as a center line for the arterial roads that would come to frame the would-be neighborhood units. Along with the regular subdivision of land, zoning enabled the system to be repeated at large, and indeed over and over again until it would seem to kind of overtake much of the land area surrounding our cities, and in a way kind of overshadowing the built form of the cities. And indeed, Northern American urban areas can oftentimes feel as if they're constituted primarily by this kind of form. So this is Phoenix, and a city that displays a particularly pure form of this pattern. But the underlying DNA that you can kind of read here, once again, malls at the corner, schools at the middle, blocks, residential blocks in between. So while it's pure from here, this type, of course, repeats across cities and in across regions in Canada and the US. To challenge this idea of unfettered urbanization, some designers have visualized limits to it. This is Dogma's theoretical proposal called Stop City, collaged over Phoenix. A similar effort to contain urban growth has actually been constructed in cities such as Toronto or Portland in the form of greenbelts. Greenbelts are kind of designated areas on which one is not allowed to build. And so while these are successful in kind of limiting urbanization, quote unquote sprawl, they oftentimes, when they're not complemented by a kind of robust infill policy such that land inside the greenbelt is properly densified, they tend to result, not the only cause, but they complement other conditions to produce extremely high housing prices. And in Toronto, for example, the average price of a detached home, as you're seeing noted here, is upwards of $1.3 million Canadian dollars. So about 900,000 US. So to develop an infill strategy for Toronto and to complement its greenbelt, this project takes a 4-block sample of its grid, abstracts it as a diagram, though we will be working, or we will be sharing an actual location, but again, we tried to imagine it as a kind of repeatable diagram. And then visualizes the components that make up the neighborhood unit. So again, we kind of understood these or tried to visualize these as a series of discrete parts that could offer a potential for kind of reinvention. Oh, I'll note too, in its current condition, as is probably well known, the way we tend to circulate in these contexts are primarily, or if one is able to afford vehicles, the easiest way to circulate is by car. I say that a bit hesitantly because, of course, many low-income residents in Northern America now live in the suburban periphery and are kind of forced to navigate this landscape without the benefit of having automobiles. So our proposal is to repurpose or adapt these parts into an interlinked system of multi-scalar hubs. Each hub could provide a landing spot for mobility and logistical systems, as well as a dissemination point for an expanded set of public services. This diagram shows a mobility network, again, modeled on the prospect of autonomous vehicles. So in order to have this multi-scalar system and have it be affordable, the prospect of more affordable modes of transit, be they autonomous, I think is something to consider. We recognize, of course, the problems with this, and especially that we've seen in the last few years, but still worth imagining it as a public service as opposed to perhaps a kind of luxury for the super wealthy. In any case, the idea here is that this multi-scalar system is accessed and accesses these different hubs. And I'll speak about each one. So we study each of these existing neighborhood unit parts. And while they look similar to many locations around Northern America, of course, they're different depending on their locale. In Toronto, for example, malls aren't dead, they're quite alive. One can find immigration services located in malls, libraries also, for example. Local retail offered by members of its cultural surroundings can be found in many of these local malls. And I'll mention these are not the kind of regional malls, these are more kind of local ones. Seniors gather in their food courts to play board games, and high schoolers oftentimes still, as in many places, hang out in their parking lots after school. So we reimagine the mall, building on these social uses, so including kind of community services and other functions, but also integrate a kind of logistical system. So I'll speak a little bit about how this works in a subsequent series of slides, but the idea is that the larger scale of these hubs can provide the ability for individuals to produce things at a smaller scale and to kind of aggregate and gain scale through the support of kind of a public logistical system. Here is what it might look like. Again, kind of combining the idea of densifying these sites while also taking advantage of the fact that they offer large parcels for service delivery and other kinds of functions. So for each of the hubs, I'll share a couple of these diagrams, one that describes how mobility works and one logistics. You can see on the left side, there's an idea where different scales of mobility or transit are able to connect with one another. On the right side, you can see the large shed structure offering a space for logistics and dissemination. And I'll mention here, the idea with this design is that it's not kind of reinventing the wheel. In fact, it's building on a lot of existing trends. And so repurposing some of the values that exist within these existing buildings. As noted, schools are embedded in the middle of single-family fabrics. As such, they offer ideal locations to expand public service. So the new school site, as you can see, has been, the school remains, new buildings are added. You can see kind of new mobility kind of areas, pick up and drop off areas plugged into the building, new larger scale housing that's added as well. Here you can see the stuff house surrounded by single family homes. Well, not single family anymore by our design, but by smaller scale housing. And again, the kind of logistics and mobility, I won't go into the details here. I'll save that for the last block scale. So lastly, the block. So the idea here is to kind of reimagine the kind of dead end blocks with their cul-de-sacs as a kind of more open structure. So, and this actually leverages some of the things that happen in Toronto already. We have pedestrian cut-throughs that exist within the single family fabric. So this takes that idea that already exists in the city and kind of builds on it or expands upon it and locates mobility hubs at these locations. Once again, this is already where we tend to get buses located. So we're just kind of following some of that trend and building on it. And here, zooming into one of these smaller scale hubs, you can see some other things that we've done trying to transform, for example, the dead end streets, removing cars or larger scale vehicles from them and expanding their hydrological function, so their capacity to retain water, and having transit concentrated on these through streets you can see surrounding the blocks. And so here is the kind of smallest scale of this logistical and mobility system that I mentioned. So as noted earlier, our idea for such a system is to empower alternative forms of localized economy. So on the right side, you're seeing a bread maker in the top right, shipping their wares via a publicly organized logistics system, automated or otherwise, connecting kind of through smaller scale mobility systems to the kind of hub at the edge of the neighborhood where these smaller scale systems plug into larger vehicles to be shipped across the city or just down the street. So by embedding an alternative system within the land use coding of the suburban DNA, it's possible to then realize an alternative form within this landscape that spreads much like it was conceived, somewhat like a virus, kind of repurposing the host condition, if you'll pardon my extension of the metaphor, until something new comes to replace what was there. And I offer this series of images not as kind of a high optimistic future for the city, but in fact a kind of caution for ourselves as in our design team and others. One of the kind of possibilities or values that the suburban condition offers is the possibility for scale and repetition. The DNA can, I would argue, be easily repurposed. And so the responsibility, I believe, or the onus is on us to do it in a way that is respectful of the residents there, as well as to the kind of other systems that exist within it. So this is a bit of the end of the kind of neighborhood discussion. I'm going to share a little bit of the exhibition where we had this. I believe I'm okay on time, but June, please don't hesitate to let me know. And I'll share a little bit of this.
1 minute.
Sorry?
1 minute.
Okay, I'll go through quick. The work stems from earlier projects. And here you're seeing the exhibition that I'd mentioned, Housing Multitudes, the drawings, and the different kind of media we use to describe it. And I won't go into too much detail with this last piece, but I'll just share a little bit of current work, which is here in the exhibition shown through a series of floor plans for converting homes to housing, and a project that we're currently undertaking, which looks to find a way to scale up conversions of single family homes to multiplex type housing. And so this is kind of some ongoing research, more applied, and looking to empower people to create this kind of housing on their own. So again, just wanted to share for its relevance perhaps to earlier moments in the discussion. And this is our website, which I'll invite you all to check out, rehousing.ca. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. And Dana, take it away. We'll just go right into it.
Thanks. You should be seeing my screen now.
Perfect.
Great. So I want to continue the conversations from this morning and also Michael's talk to thinking about questions that I think weren't as prevalent in Houbraken's time as they are today. And that has really to do with spatial justice and trying to think about that in terms of the residential fabric. And most of us are becoming hyper aware of these issues now, that it's not only a matter of what's dignified and beautiful and appropriate. If that wasn't enough, which I think really Houbraken's work lifted up, it also has to be affordable and accessible and in a just or equitable manner. The questions about spatial justice really are encoded in the American landscape in the redlining maps of 1939 after the bank collapse, and the idea that what we would do would be to lend and support those neighborhoods that were white and not into the neighborhoods of color, particularly any which had African American residents. And I just want to show this, which are, maps we've seen multiple times, to remind us that the zoning of single-family houses and the redlining go hand in hand. So the only thing that's color-coded on a redlining map is residential land. All those other spaces are, in fact, some other kind of land, commercial or public or roadways. And as you can see in the images on the right, and Michael was reminding us that something like 55 to 65% of Toronto is single family. In Los Angeles, that number is 75%. And in places like San Jose, it's 95%. So all of that landscape has embedded within it a racial heritage of inequity. And one of the issues then in transforming this fabric is to undo the injustices, to repair the harm that's been done in the past. And part of that comes from trying to find out how to produce more housing in what we can easily consider the most wasteful land use in North America today, and that's the single family zone. California, and I'm going to speak a lot about California because that's my laboratory in so many ways. I do think what we learn from other places and what we generate for other places is vast. So I don't see it as somehow separate or essential in its unique qualities. In California, the housing production has been so slowed primarily by community opposition, NIMBY, that the state has imposed something that they're calling builder's remedy, meaning if you don't meet your housing goals, just production in a city, they unzone the land and you can build as high as you can propose until the city meets its housing production plans. And so you see here what's happening in these so-called builder's remedy projects, where there were two houses or two lots in Mountain View. They're now proposed 85 units. In Santa Monica, an extra 2,000 units is getting put on a piece of property because by doing so, they override zoning restrictions. So for the first time, we have a stick that goes along with our housing goals. And to me, that this is a question that I think we really want to raise as we're thinking about community engagement in housing production. And that is that there's a negative kind of community engagement that has really prevented equitable housing production in neighborhoods where we might want community engagement. So as June was saying, I run City Lab. This is something I started with my colleague Roger Sherman in 2006 here at UCLA. And we've taken like the other end of the continuum approach to what Michael was showing, which is we are looking at the suburban fabric to see what's already going on there, to see if we can't both improve, foment, or incentivize and codify new practices in the single family zone that would increase affordable housing and reduce inequities. So we started by looking at something that there hadn't been much research about, and that is a typology of lots in the city of Los Angeles. And this was an interesting starting point because it set forward certain opportunities and in sort of endemic practices about how to begin to solve our huge housing crisis, which is exemplified by the fact that we have 70,000 neighbors living unsheltered on the streets in a city with almost 500,000 single-family zones. And just to suggest that it's for the extremely poor or the carceral industrial complex, it's also true at other parts of our demographic. Our students in the University of California just ended a strike for higher wages, which was primarily around the fact that they couldn't afford housing where they were going to school. And so this goes back to Ed Soja's notion that justice has a geography and that it's focused on the equitable distribution and access to housing, services, amenities, and that really we can leverage design to help lift up spatial justice. And I'm particularly interested, as others in this panel are, in the suburban fabric to try to figure out how we might transform that model literally into higher density and potentially more affordable units. And we really started this looking at ADUs, now a very common focus, but at the time we started, something like 10 years ago, my colleagues, for the most part, thought that I wasn't talking about an architectural problem. I was really talking about a planning problem. And I think now we've really come full circle to see that this is very much also involving architects. We took this from the starting point of looking at particular neighborhoods where secondary units have been added. You can see in the aerial photograph, that's a single family neighborhood where illegal secondary units have been built, sometimes 3 or 4 of them on extra long lots. That yellow again in the map at the upper left is all of the single family zone. We did field surveys trying to figure out how many people had already built informal secondary units, and in some neighborhoods it was as many as 2/3 of the lots. And then we tried to understand what kinds of building prototypes might work in the majority of lots where we could make sustainable, easy to construct, new kinds of prototypes. And we built a demonstration model on the UCLA campus. The fact that these are having a huge impact already now was the basic argument that I took to the state capitol in writing new legislation was if our goals were something like 100,000 units per year, we had 8 million single family properties in the state, which potentially could hold second units. This was then part of what led to my authoring with a colleague, Jane Blumenfeld, the first state legislation that I undertook, which was kind of like learning to write in Etruscan. I mean, it's a very complicated internal dialogue to take all the research and design research that we had done and to make sure that we built a law that would permit the kinds of secondary units that we saw were needed on the lots. This led the city to implement a program where every architect who wanted to could enter a standard plan into the city's archives, where city planning department and engineers would pre-certify these, and neighbors could access the plans for free and then work with the architects to customize those for their own properties. That's also led to even higher density legislation since the passage of the ADU law. I'd say the other thing that we're really working on, and that we're not the only ones, I think Teddy Cruz and Fauna Foreman at UC San Diego are doing something similar, is that these are not intended, none of the work that we do at City Lab or around flexibility in the suburban fabric is intended as a solution, but as a kind of generative demonstration that if we could build in a particular way, it would serve as a model for others who would then modify and transform it. So the Casa Familiar and Community Stations project that Studio Cruz and Foreman have done is just that. And one thing that I think I've really learned from their work is this way of which you could maybe transcend the single family lot in the suburbs to build something that's more community based. And I would say that's the greatest limitation that we have in the ADU work, is that we're really working house by house. And so the aggregate form doesn't really provide much back at a community scale. With Roger Sherman Architecture and Urban Design and Kevin Daly Architects, we proposed different kinds of ADUs that we tried to build in zoning for at the local level so that you could gain something back for the community, something like a little library or a nursery like you see in the project on the left, or in the case of the alley houses, you might get back a regreened alley network with solar power and permeable surfaces and lighting and security. So all of these kinds of things are more possible when we have a crisis at hand, that when we have this shared deep problem, architecture's transformative capacities are sort of fueled in a heightened way. And when we realized that we were unable to guarantee affordability or collective models with ADUs, despite the fact that tens of thousands are now being built, we started focusing on exactly what Michael was talking about at the neighborhood scale, and that's the schoolyard. And thinking about building schoolyard housing is a really interesting new kind of generative demonstration that I'm in the thick of working on. There's something like 150,000 acres of school land in the state of California, just in the K-12 schools. And about half of that, based on GIS analysis with our colleagues up at the Turner Center, is underutilized in some fashion. So we're looking to build education workforce housing at the schools that would sit on school grounds and both improve the neighborhood, improve the conditions for the workforce, and make more affordable housing and there had been the capability of doing that, and I'm just about done, June. I see my time is up. This has been possible, but extremely arduous, especially for school districts who are really in the business of education as they ought to be, not in the business of housing. So after a couple of years of research at City Lab, we went on and wrote a second piece of state legislation to rezone all school land in the state of California so that it can take up to 3 stories of housing, or a density of something like 35 units to the acre. And I'm right now in the midst of training districts to be able to do this kind of work using that legislation. And you can see from this ad how desperate the situation is, what a critical juncture we're at, because school districts are asking teachers to live with their children, students, parents. And that's about the only way teachers are able to afford to live in their districts in about 30% of the districts of California. So all of this is just to say that we are working on retooling the fabric of these communities through generative demonstrations where design is really essential, always working towards a spatial justice model. And these are the folks at City Lab who do this work. It's really not all just me. And I always like to give them credit at the end of any time I present our collective efforts. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dana. Perfectly on time. And Renee, we'll throw it over to you.
Can you see my screen, June?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Wow, thank you to Michael and Dana, such inspiring talks. My thanks to Kasim and all involved in organizing both the exhibition and the symposium. And thanks, June, for hosting this session. I think what I'd like to do is build a little bit of a bridge, as I understand it, between some of the topics we're talking about, and I guess being John's student, sort of what I learned and how I make those bridges between them. Two of the topics that I've heard posed for this symposium and for this session reference both density and flexibility. I'd like to begin by challenging the assumption that greater density is an automatic environmental good. Is density the right metric to measure success in battling our challenges of climate resilience and, as Dana so aptly framed, environmental equity? Does it assess if we are living well? In the last decades, we have developed our metropolises assuming that increasing density is the go-to solution. This is concerning because history shows us that the ways that we have made places more dense have also made them more isolating, more uniform, and more wasteful in resources, water, transportation, and valuable land. I think that the calls for increased density have to be reframed. If we build more, we should expect to get more, more diversity of ways to live, more porosity, a greater variety of kinds of spaces, including, as Dana referenced, more collective ways to gather. From John, I learned that calls for density must be connected with other values. Before we fix our lower density suburbs, we have to assess what works and what does not work in our current lower density neighborhoods in relationship to today's challenges. For me, this led to looking at single-family detached neighborhoods. And today I offer just 3 lenses that I learned from John about what works and does not work in these types of neighborhoods. And I'm going to offer choice, change, and place. First, dwellings and neighborhoods need to support choices. We must design in ways that support the multiplicity of ways in which we live and we will live. While we can't know all patterns, we can design to accommodate diversity in ways of living, and in doing so, we support choice, daily, weekly, seasonally, and generationally. We can formally increase the capacity of buildings for a variety of uses. I'm going to point out Levittown on the left. A lot of what Dana talked about in LA is dependent on having a site that has the ability to hold the change. But as we learned from John, if we look at San Francisco and Charleston, they have the capacity to hold change, both at the site level and in the building level. And if we look at some place like Clayton right now, they hold change neither within the building nor in their site anymore, unless they still have backyards, but they really are of a minimal size. For me, the second value is around the need for dwellings and neighborhoods to hold change. I think sustainability mandates that we plan, that we design for change. We must abandon the assumption that a building, a street, or a neighborhood should be demolished and rebuilt. We must learn to adapt existing structures and neighborhoods. We must embed ways to hold change in new and reused fabrics. And here, Dana, thank you so much for the work that you have been doing to look at this sort of thing. To do this, I think we need to differentiate building and urban systems. Some things should be built to last hundreds of years, and other things should be built to change. Here we're looking at the primary structure of walls that generally will last longer. And again, you can see how they work or don't work with the dimensions of choice. Levittown has the capacity only on the exterior perimeter of the house, as I mentioned earlier. Third, the design of dwellings and neighborhoods should accentuate and extend the characteristics that make places unique. Local differences are important when we are tackling issues of resilience and equity. Each place has a unique geology, geography, climate, building tradition, culture, and so on. These ecologies can be described through systemic relations from the landscape to the building. Design of places as tissues or fabrics require a weaving together of linkages between the public and private realms, and the tools to describe systems that bridge between units and buildings. Just a quick note from my side, while GIS and ESRI provides incredible information, I have always been a little concerned that it offers an inherently bifurcated view of places that urban systems do not. So it's always between inside and outside, as opposed to seeing the relational conditions that we know are so important. So let's move to what can flexibility enable at the neighborhood scale. I return to the theme of this session. How do we design more densely if we take choice, change, and place to the neighborhood scale? What are the benefits? What I'll show next is some work in China, although now I wish I'd brought some of the suburban work instead. But I wanted to illustrate another environment in which it is low scale and being challenged by high density modes that are extremely repetitive. In this case, I'm using a lower density Chinese canal village as case study. For me, the work that I did in the American suburbs and in China is very much the same, looking at and designing with environmental system. It's an intentional shift on my part as an academic. I think what happens when you write about the American suburbs is they say, oh, that's all you know. And in fact, I wanted people to see the relational conditions that sit in all the neighborhoods that we work at. So Zhujiajiao is one of a number of villages that is upstream from Shanghai, all in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River Delta. I am completely fascinated right now by watersheds and landscapes and how they serve as sort of what I think should be the uniting urban form. And so this is an example of that work as well. Zhujiajiao is an agrarian landscape with an irrigation system called Melons on a Vine. It was established 700 years ago in the Ming Dynasty, and it's an in-system water storage with a large number of small and medium reservoirs and ponds, those the melons, and they're linked to the canal system, which are the vines. And so the aggregate amount of storage for this system is quite large, with good agricultural performance, even though sometimes it's not all that well maintained. Here you can see the canals and the levees that radiate from the waterways, and some of the small villages that grow up along and characterize a way of living in this landscape. Today, this way of living in this system is very much challenged by the impervious suburban development models that are found throughout the world. Very often, vernacular forms of settlement have the needs of the watershed embedded in their development, and we wanted to learn how the local ways of living interact with the regional water flows. So these are the descriptions of the existing systems that bridge between the landscape and the dwelling. Together, they form a description of what I think is unique about Zhujiajiao. Again, I will not go into detail about all of these. These are the schematized systems that I just described that were the starting point for a contemporary higher density development that maintains the passive water system, as well as the mobility systems, both pedestrian and, since they didn't have vehicular, then introduces vehicular systems as well. And this is the framework we came up with as a framework for choice and change that I think is very much rooted in the proposition of John's systems approaches and rooted in the local dwelling patterns of place. This is the new fabric that accommodates, that are organized to the water flows. It accommodates new infrastructural needs for vehicular parking as well as stormwater retention. So rather than define the shell of the building form first, we're describing the relational conditions that include capacities for choice and change at the neighborhood scale, from which variation can emerge. The structural party walls that are built as vertical extensions of the levees and rainwater from buildings are then shed to one side of the polder that then holds the residential access and open space. The pedestrian access systems are almost identical to the organization of the vernacular pattern, with the exception of larger dimensions to accommodate newer ways of living. The walls are thickened, adding a dimension of choice for the residents. So what can flexibility enable at the neighborhood scale? Flexibility with density, I will posit, should offer individual, collective, and public opportunities for choice, individual, collective, and public spaces for change, and individual, collective, and public ways to address resilience. Flexibility offers the opportunities for places to grow and adapt over time. This is the sustenance of both cultural and material qualities of locales. I think I get the benefit of being the last speaker. Kasim asked me to share my thoughts on John. And as June mentioned, I was fortunate to have been a student of John's and a participant in the Grunsfeld variations. I knew then, as I know now, that John is a prolific observer, teacher and observer of the built environment. He continues to influence and inspire my own thinking. Like June, these are just some of the books that I have on my shelves. Like June, my copy of Transformations of the Site is very much tattered and clipped together as a way that I hold it together. Actually, all of the rest of mine look the same way. I clipped these from the web so that they look neater. And this symposium happens to coincide with the publication of a compilation of many short stories that John, short articles, not stories, they are great stories, that John wrote. And for me, some of the most compelling of John's writing. The co-editors, I think Steve is here in the audience. I see him messaging all of us, Steve Kendall and John Dell, Steve in the middle, John on the right, have long worked to share the work of John Hobrocken through their open building network. I really recommend just seeing all of this compiled into one book has brought a smile to my face this week. I feel incredibly fortunate to have been at MIT at a time when the influences of Team 10 were pervasive and John had arrived to serve as department chair. I remember taking John's seminar. He spoke very quietly. You'd have to lean forward to hear what he said. And always it was incredible in its clarity and observation. From John, I've developed a lifelong obsession with dimensions, enough that I drive my husband crazy. I'm always measuring things. And from him, I began to see building dimensions as systems that flowed from unit to unit. This then led to seeing other ways in which building systems became urban systems and how urban systems flowed into buildings. So for me, John was a teacher of values rather than method. SAR was a formal way of designing is very much rooted in Dutch housing, just as I learned when I arrived here at Berkeley that Chris Alexander's pattern language is really formally based on the patterns of the Berkeley Hills. John's gifts to me were the lessons of choice and change. I am very much heartened that we have come around, that Kasim, that you've organized all of this, that we've come around to appreciating the needs for seeing dwelling as systems and extended practices. And I thank all of you. It's so delightful to find so many like-minded designers. And a final thanks to John for helping me to become an observer of peoples and places, because how and where we live matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. What a lovely note to end the last presentation in this panel. I invite Michael and Dana to yes, show yourselves and unmute so we can have a conversation here. Some summary comments I gathered while you were all speaking. So Michael, I want to thank you for those exquisite and crystal clear diagrams that help us kind of see the underlying DNA that has organized and structured a lot of how certainly the Northern American environment that has been built and which has somehow been naturalized, I think, in many people's thinking. So if you kind of take that away and kind of expose it, I think that's very revealing and potentially empowering to think about alternatives, some perhaps along the lines of what Renee was laying out when we then perhaps rethink our values as we approach these landscapes. And Dana, I just want to, thank you for kind of laying out these sort of inverse relationships. So it's the legacy of zoning, as you said in your first slide, is so potent and powerful. The motivations, again, when we think about values for how and when it was enacted. And so how do we kind of undo those injustices? And to some extent, what I was thinking is this idea of, the Reese's Pieces. So we got to get some peanut butter in the, the different kinds of uses, so getting housing in the commercial areas and commercial or public uses, other kinds of non-residential uses in the residential areas. So that kind of mixing and coming at it from both sides. And then Renee, these are powerful questions. Is density the right metric? I think the form of the density really matters just as much. And I imagine many people in this panel would agree with that in various measures, that it's how it's organized, it's where it's organized, what it's mixed with. And also, I'm very taken with the idea that we could all sort of probably have similar thoughts about what our urban areas would look like if the watershed became the organizing geographic unit. So with that, I want to start with a question that I had already sort of mentioned to each of you, so we can go round robin style and maybe in the same order that we presented. So to each of you, what single change, if enacted in existing suburban neighborhood settings, and let's say in Northern America, where we're all located currently, do you think could do the most to enable more flexibility? So we'll just do this quick round robin. Michael, what would do the most?
I have two answers, but I know I only get to have one, so I'm gonna pick one that I didn't talk about. I don't think it's actually it's something we've been working on more lately, which is I think it's actually having a better understanding of how the landscapes are currently being used. It's not a change, actually. I think there's a mentality that, at least in my context, that single family neighborhoods are still single family. We treat them that way. And there's a huge body of research that's showing that these homes are more and more being occupied in ways that are not familiar. And I think that would go a long way to addressing kind of NIMBYism. People, maybe if they understood that their homes and their neighborhoods are already being used as kind of multifamily dwellings, rooming houses, that sort of thing, then maybe that can help push things into an alternative direction.
Thank you. Dana?
Well, I will provocatively suggest that we just end zoning altogether. And I don't mean like Houston does it, which is to codify it in their deed agreements, but just get rid of it. And maybe if I'm going to work towards that, I would first do what Oregon has done, and that is just to get rid of the single family zone. And if we get rid of building envelopes on top of that, I think that would make for some interesting prototypes and experiments.
All right, thank you. And Renee?
I, like Michael, I had two, but then I thought because Dana's already taken care of my first, which was
You're welcome.
to eliminate
Renee.
zoning and certainly yard setbacks. But I'm very fearful that eliminating it totally leads to density without unthoughtful density. But I don't think our zoning codes currently allow for that thoughtful density. So maybe a restructuring of density, allowing more zero lot line construction. So, but since Dana already covered that, my one is to eliminate parking requirements in our zoning code.
All right, thank you. So certainly what we see here is a consensus about the constraints of this regulatory system that kind of was overlaid a century ago, and that we're still living with the trying to fit ourselves into its restrictions and assumptions, and just kind of fiddling, I think, with the edges of it, that is zoning code books just get bigger and deeper and many, many more pages, right? Rather than maybe the refresh and restart. And I had an interesting conversation yesterday with somebody in real estate who seemed to have developed the mindset that zoning was like was embedded to the land ownership itself, so that it might even be a takings to change zoning, which is kind of an interesting thing, because in fact, a lot of the legacy was the opposite of that, of putting the regulation on and constraining what people could do with land. So the complete inversion, I think, of that concept is quite striking and remarkable to me, anyway. So maybe before we move on, do you have any questions for each other? And then I have some questions that have come up in the chat that I want to share.
Well, I'd be interested to hear what all three of you think about a kind of new problematics of community participation that, I don't know, Renee, you could probably answer in June too, most directly, whether Hobrocken saw these or not, but the participation of communities to prevent neighborhood change and racial change and to protect property values is something that I think has, inverted our general understanding that participatory planning was the important first principle. And I'm really thinking through alternatives to that. But I'd like to hear what you guys are thinking about that.
So my take would be that because John was advocating for choice and change, that it was negotiated on an individual basis. But the degree to which people feel that they can go in and actually change their place is limited probably to architects and a small group of people who actually go in and rebuild their places, which is why I was also interested in making sure that when we develop a dwelling unit, that we embed ways that culturally we can live in different ways. But I think you're exactly right, Dana, in the way that we talk about community engagement now at a collective or public level was not so much embedded in the support system. I think was an answer to that, as opposed to saying this is how we can formally embed it in what we do architecturally. June, I don't know what you think.
Oh gosh, you know, one of the things that I was thinking about just earlier, and I'm not sure this quite answers the question, but one of the ideas that I continually try and float in my suburban retrofitting work, which is primarily about encouraging the reuse of the commercial landscape, which has a much shorter time scale and doesn't have quite the same sort of ownership and wealth building built into it for individual families that, you know, we propped up certainly in the United States so substantially. So there's more incentive, I think, to remake those properties, but to embed in them through design an anticipatory retrofit ethos. So it's not just like what it is now and what you turn it into, you know, now or even in a few phases, but anticipating future alternate uses. So making the morphology more flexible, whatever buildings that are put in, maybe they're initially for retail, but they could be for office, the dimensions of the building so that there's a looser fit. And, you know, and also in terms of the morphology where the streets connect, the size of the blocks and the lots and so forth. So I continually try and talk about that for what it's worth. Michael, do you have thought?
I'll share a quick thought. Actually, this is what I was trying to get at with the suggestion about understanding existing densities, is that oftentimes when we think about community engagement in suburban contexts, the only people that come out to be engaged are the homeowners. People that are living in the basements, college students and kind of rooming houses near college campuses, as we're finding in Toronto, they don't come out because they're living illegally. And so I think one of the things that's key, we've been trying to figure out how to kind of approach these folks and these kind of so-called hidden densities, or, you know, these unaccounted residents, because I think it's one of the big nuts to crack, at least in many cities, is NIMBYism, the power that homeowners have over changing legislation, because really at the end of the day, they're the ones that come out to speak and vote. So how to empower other publics to participate in the discussion.
And that's so, you know, the idea of land ownership, home ownership being tied to citizenship. Somehow these are the more worthy, better citizens that have a bigger stake in the outcomes of their communities and the character of their communities and so forth is something that is still really, really present. You're absolutely right. Renee.
Can I flip it back to Dana, since she started it? In your own work, there's community engagement, and it tends to be the immediate community. But if we're talking about supports, which is also, you know, you're designing things we hope for hundreds of years, how do you think about community engagement in that time frame?
The people who don't live there.
That's a really good question. I have enough trouble with community engagement at the present, but my latest thought is that it's not unlike anticipatory retrofit or anticipatory flexibility, maybe. I mean, one of the things I've been trying to do in writing new legislation, which is really state level zoning, so it goes against my very principle to start with that we should get rid of all that, but that we make state legislation in such a way that local communities can customize those aspects that are not harmful to others, but can incentivize the transformations that build in greater equity and affordability. So I think there are, you know, in some ways, performative zoning was another attempt to rethink the zoning model. I don't know. Maybe every zoning law should sunset at 10 years or something like that. I mean, I think it's worth trying to put forward in the same way that Michael's putting forward a kind of goal towards which we might aim in terms of the physical form of suburbs. I don't know if that's a fair characterization, Michael, but I think it's also possible that we could set forward demonstration legislation, demonstration urban design guidelines that we'd try to live with and see if we could, like a 10-year sunset clause, what happens if actually every 10 years, just like state senators or maybe what we would hope of Supreme Court justices, they're removed and we, think again with more current practices. I mean, to me, I guess the only other thing I'd say is that, Michael, I like the direction you push your thinking, but there's also all the publics that have been displaced that aren't even in the basements anymore. So, they're the ones that I also think our ideas about participation are so inadequate that we really need to rethink what we're saying when we're talking about community involvement.
I think that's a really, really potent point. I want to switch a little bit in response to a question in the chat, I think from Laura, my colleague Laura Weiner, who is asking about some of how this may resonate in or contrast with international debates about property rights and zoning and allowance. And so first of all, what the political debate here in the United States about new ways of conceiving property rights, and I would say little to none productive political debate about that, but maybe others have thoughts. And Renee, maybe since you did show those examples from China, could you talk about it to the degree that you can in with respect to ideas about property rights and ownership in a very different political context there, or did that not resonate so much in what you were observing? Anyone want to take that on?
People start in the American context.
Dana or Michael? I mean, my feeling is that this is something that and this is going to be very, very hard to change, because there's so much wealth, frankly, wrapped up in ownership. Although there are other urbanized areas where there's a kind of widespread, obviously, shrinking and abandonment of land. So then you get the inverse, and who bears the cost of that abandonment.
Well, I think some of the morning sessions from Laura's panel were really instructive in this. I mean, the cooperative model, I think community land trust is another model that, we're all talking about. One of the biggest problems with building secondary units was the financing models. I mean, in some ways, in the same sense that I didn't really expect to get involved with legislative formats, I think we have to get more involved in finance and property ownership models if we're going to transform the suburbs in more flexible ways.
I agree. And I know there are examples of large for-profit companies that have bought up, property that's non-contiguous, but they have large rental kind of networks. And they can service those properties, but it's not all in one contiguous site. Now they're scattered, but they're organized and kind of financially linked in a way. So that's the kind of for-profit version, and then we do have more community organized and nonprofit versions of that potentially. Michael, did you have some thoughts? Yes. Oh, you're muted. Gotta unmute.
There's some exciting things happening, in addition to working with land. So we're actually, there's a land trust in Toronto that manages like 600 single family homes. They were inherited through the Community Housing Authority in the city. So that's a really interesting, another kind of challenge. We're doing some work with them. But in parallel to that, one of the things that we're trying to do is actually connect with demographic groups both existing homeowners or prospective homeowners, for whom housing unit creation isn't something you do because you feel like you should, but rather something you do out of economic need, either because interest rates are rising and you can't afford your mortgage, you're retiring perhaps, and you don't have an income, and so you create units to fund your retirement, or perhaps, and we've been partnering with a co-ownership aggregator in the city who helps people get together to co-purchase homes. This is all notwithstanding that there's no combating land speculation in this context, but I think there's a lot of exciting opportunities that challenge the kind of frozen aspect of this, the challenge I think that at least I've always felt, which is that why would someone who has such an asset ever devalue, and not devalue, but ever need to create extra units? And perhaps it's by understanding that there are some who actually do as a way forward.
So in much of Asia and in China in particular, land is not privately owned, or a majority of the land is not privately owned. And so development is through land leases. But in the example that I showed, I think there are, at least when we were doing it, ways of thinking that could be transferred to the North American context. We established those patterns as one, taking advantage of potentially not having zoning, or if I were to go back, it's essentially zero lot line zoning, which I'm very keen on. And then developing what could be a set of parcels with shared patterns on them. So it's almost going back to a 19th, early 20th century way of development, in which there's a shared sense of what the patterns are in the place, and there are lots, but the form of the development is not governed by the lot. I mean, in the North America, we tend to say, okay, we build in the center of every lot that we get, and you can see that dominating even urban development wherever we go. And so I think in that sense, even if we had lot ownership, I'm going back to the very first question, if in fact we eliminated the yard setbacks and started to learn how to use our side yards better, and I know you've done work in the front yards, the backyards, we would be in a better position. And if we keep building, to just build our initial structure in a much smarter way.
I just want to respond to that quickly and resonate with some things that are on the chat that the larger audience can't see. We do have these entities of homeowners associations or common interest developments in suburbs that have typically been seen as privatization kind of exclusionary mechanisms, but they do involve common ownership or use, and then they tend to still get developed as if they were subdivisions with sort of freestanding buildings or houses that are kind of separated with yards in the way that they're claimed and inhabited, mimic the patterns of a subdivision where each lot is wholly owned and there is nothing in common. So I think there's a really interesting potential to kind of invert or rethink some of those patterns by design in I don't know, in future projects, or by remaking existing projects, possibly. Or is there? Michael looks like he wants to say something.
Sorry, some things come to mind. I'm actually going to challenge the idea of getting rid of zoning, thinking about a couple of things that we've learned up here. And I'm American. I live in Canada now, but I've gained a strange interest in rulemaking. Canadians are crazy about the rules. But one of the things that I've noticed in this context is where we have zero lot development and single family fabric, the cost of kind of foundation shoring and other kinds of issues oftentimes make things like garden suites or laneway suites cost prohibitive. They're running up to $300,000 and $500,000 to build up here. And so actually one of the things, and I don't believe zoning in its current form should exist, but I do think the kinds of controls that enable, that don't preclude future development on adjacent sites is super important, because otherwise you're kind of setting up a structure that allows individuals to maximize their value and precluding neighbors from doing their own. And I'm saying this while at the same time in the back of my mind remembering that I also hate some of the other zoning restrictions. So I'm of two minds on that, I suppose.
So what we're saying is the existing zoning kind of regime that we have is inadequate, but there need to be some other more thoughtful way to think through the consequences. And I think with that, Dana, let's have a couple more comments, and then I think we need to move into our final conversation for the day.
Only I like the pushback on the zoning idea and wonder if I could get Michael to come over and say no single family zoning should ever exist anymore.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have agreement on that. Yes.
Finding common ground.
The R1, I refuse to call it single, I mean, it's single unit zoning, right? First of all, we use this language of families that I think is not helpful. So I always want to talk about houses, not homes, and at least when we're having an architectural conversation, and units. However, but yeah.
I was recently reminded of how absurd the R1 is, because I was writing an article for a British journal, and the editor kept saying to me, "What is it you're talking about? I don't think we have anything like that here." And, I saw Renee was referring to Lund, their notion of common property, or, there's just all kinds of different ways we could be thinking about the residential landscape that would be more intense and productive and community oriented. So
maybe that brings us back to the lessons of John Habraken's very thoughtful oeuvre of work that really is about this sort of close observation of claim and use and change over time and the social relations that result in different types of landscapes and building forms and custom specs. So
yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, I think, June, that's really right on. The anticipatory retrofit ethic, I think, is another way of talking about something that was very, very important. And a through line through all of the different scales that he thought about was that of how could we possibly design for something that we can't fully anticipate. In the exhibition downstairs, we have this Dutch documentary screening on a loop from the 70s that's about the Tsar and about his work, and it starts in this pretty heavy-handed, dramatic way. You see a baby being born, you see the umbilical cord being cut, and this heavy-handed Dutch voiceover says, a child born in the 70s will come of age in the 80s, will get married in the 90s, she'll live in the 21st century. We don't know anything about her life. We don't know anything about her family. We don't know anything about the technologies that'll be available then. Why is it then that we know the form of her house already, right? How is it possible that we allow ourselves to be excited about dynamic population change and then insist upon the static settlement pattern for that dynamic population? But absolutely, and I really want to underscore Michael's point about observation, right? About learning from looking really carefully and looking really non-judgmentally. I'm sure Renee will concur that was such an incredibly important part of the ethos that John was forwarding, was to just be really non-judgmental. Measure everything, understand dimensions, think about dimension as a sort of mediating field between construction, resident, and architecture, but do so in a way that is really non-normative, right? It's very specific, but it's not about prescription. It's about observation in order to anticipate that kind of change. So a really, really very provocative conversation here. This has really been such a thrill to have all of my heroes of suburban fabric in one virtual space talking about this. Please stick around, all of you guys, and I'd love to invite Rosalie Ginevro and Karen Kuby to join the conversation, two of my other favorite observers of these things, both housers and experts on thinking about housing, but also in the connections between that and other ways of thinking about the architectural scale, the urban scale, community dynamics. And yeah, so I'm going to ask them a couple questions about what they've seen today, and then any of the panelists, if you want to join us, I think we can kind of end the day with some informal reflection from everyone, because there have been so many interesting threads to pull at here. Okay. So yeah, Rosalie and Karen, I'm just curious, what have you guys heard today? Thank you for sticking with us all day long. There's been a lot covered, a lot of ground covered, and I'm just so curious to hear your takes on all of this.
Is Karen on? I don't see. Is she?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Hi. Well, I will start out just saying, wow, wow, wow. I mean, so much to stimulate thinking, and I fear that my it's going to take a while to digest and really sort through thoughts about it. But so my reflections on it, I think, are going to be a little bit disparate and not as synthesizing maybe as one would desire. I think that the topic of land that was focused on a lot in this last session, and particularly the last part of the last discussion, is just so crucial and comes back to the underlying question maybe about all of this, which is who has control of development. Sergio said very early in the morning that one of the spurs to the development of the SAR in the first place was a certain fear that contractors in the Netherlands, in the big push to develop a lot of housing post-war, that contractors had too much power and there needed to be some sort of counterforce around that power. So there's one kind of control. Deborah said at another point, it all comes back to the cost of land. And I think this last discussion, as well as moments in the earlier ones, questions about property rights and property systems. I mean, how land is divided, how land is measured, and fundamentally, the fact that at least in the American and I suspect in the Canadian context, that personal wealth is built on one's access to the acquisition of property and build up a value in property, that those are what underlie, the housing problem. And I was really interested in Tim's taking on the question of income and viable jobs, because you can't attack the housing problem really without work on both sides. I mean, who's able to afford housing, at what level is housing affordable? And don't fear, Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you in a second. But I also just wanted to say two other things, which in a slightly, or maybe in a big different line, throughout the day, I kept listening, and perhaps I missed it, but I didn't hear anybody talk about cost and whether the dividing long living structure and infill actually reduces the cost of the production of housing. So I'm curious about that. And then another, again, a kind of disparate point is one of my heroes, Peter Buchanan, who I worked with 20 years ago on an exhibition we did at the League called 10 Shades of Green, who kind of developed for that purpose 10 principles of environmentalism in building. The most important one, in a way, to him was the idea of long life, loose fit, which I think is very much in the vein of what we've been talking about today. But I sit here at my office at the Architectural League in Soho, and I started to think about the artists who began living in Soho in the 50s and 60s, and the kind of ad hocism and adaptation and use of existing, in a very different way, the use of existing fabric that they modeled. And I wonder whether that kind of thinking, that kind of action has any place as we are in a world with a great deal of existing built fabric. So is there some way to think about that very direct level of agency of the individual?
Soho's a really interesting example, and it reminds me of what Renee Chow was just talking about in terms of being able to hold change. It's, I think, one of the great ironies of North American urbanism that 19th century forms are more flexible than 20th century forms because of that, lack of a loose fit, right? Several people, I think, invoked the office buildings of Midtown Manhattan, right? Which not much you can do with. I know that people have worked on it and there are some interesting attempts out there, but it's a lot easier with different forms that can hold change. I'm thinking also of those the fabric of Charleston, South Carolina that Renee was showing. But Karen, what jumped out at you today? What are some threads that you think kind of tie the room together, so to speak?
Yeah, thanks so much. And this has been a phenomenal day, and I'm glad that you've put us on this last panel to make sure that we paid careful attention to the whole day. It's a good assignment. And I might offer some notes because I was taking notes all day. I might offer them in the order of the program, and then a few things that I'm thinking about that this connects to in stuff I'm seeing in general. And I think it's interesting, the first two panels, what can resident control enable politically and what can modular construction enable architecturally, can be flipped a little bit, and they were in discussion, right? So what can resident control enable architecturally, and what can modular construction enable politically? So to go to the first one around resident control, I thought it was really interesting, this question of flexibility and looking mostly at the level of the unit, but then Christoph talking about the example in Berlin of a co-op that became, a different structure, ownership structure, and more traditional, and in that shift went from having communal spaces on each floor to having a larger one, and that being a more flexible, spatial configuration for future uses, and that connecting with, there's great research, there's longstanding guidelines for family housing in Vancouver, and Lou Thomas doing good research on that. And he also coming up with the same conclusion that having, sort of larger spaces rather than distributed can be better in that way. Then going to Barcelona to Christina's contribution, I loved the concept of the architecture of participation. And, this question about architecture, but what about policy? And this larger discussion that Suzanne facilitated. And I think, always, of course, policy, we live in architecture, not policy. And of course, policy needs case studies to move forward. And then going to the Munich example that Juliana presented, flexibility, not only sort of these long-term things, but her work made me think about flexibility at the level of a day or a week, right? These curtains, or, the way that the architecture allowed flexibility between inside and outside, I thought was really interesting, thinking about these different ways that flexibility shows up. And then I loved that Suzanne told us that it's our job, maybe because we ran out of time, but also that it's our job to think about, okay, how are these things transferable? And it made me think about the beautiful article by Ivan and Santoyo Orozco right now in Places on the first co-op in Mexico City that's 50 years old, Palo Alto, and how that comes from, Christina had mentioned Uruguay's strong history of co-ops, but how there's an Uruguayan architect displaced during the dictatorship and helping to bring that about in Mexico City. So those are a few thoughts on the first panel. Second panel, what can modular construction enable architecturally? and my question of what does it enable politically that shows up. So I loved, and I should say also, I come into this whole thing as a bit of a skeptic on both of these topics, on modularity and flexibility. I don't know if I told you that before, Casa, but I'm a little, you know, you're bringing me into
I had
it all.
a suspicion.
So, you know, Deva's work is so amazing in New York City. And I thought this was, I mean, this important thing, right, where she's talking about a project in Sheepshead Bay, conventional construction that takes 7 years, and then a modular one that takes 1.5 years. So what this means practically in the lives of residents who are displaced from Sandy now almost 11 years ago. And then when she's talking about what does this mean to people? So the modular signifying shared identity, even though these are not, you know, these might be across different lots. I thought that was really interesting. James's project, you know, how the panelized system can be, you know, not just a fast way to get something built, but something that can involve firmly unhoused residents in the construction. And then as Rosalie was mentioning, you know, Tim's work and then the nuanced conversation that Laura brought about around labor. So I was very interested in the, you know, we were just scratching the surface, I think, but the you know, the questions about labor being a little bit more complicated than one might think, right? You know, one might think, you know, traditional construction is unionized, that's better, but hearing, you know, okay, in Tim's work, there are many more people of color, many more women, et cetera. Very interesting. And then Deborah's point in that part about projects versus systems. And then quickly to the last panel, I should say, so, you know, I'm as of January at the University of Toronto with Michael Piper, so I had the chance to see his exhibition, and I want to underscore a point about that, which is that I think, you know, the design work is amazing, and I think it's so important, and this relates to what Dana was saying, that it builds on flexibility that's already being enacted by residents, right? And when he's talking about like interior urbanism, and of course, you know, Toronto is this extremely diverse place. So when he's talking about malls aren't dead, they're quite alive, I loved that statement. So this is already happening. And I should say, you know, I was at that co-ownership thing he's talking about, and people are really eating up what he's doing. A couple more comments. Dana looking at suburban and spatial justice, reminding us what we're fighting against, right? The racial inequities that are built into this fabric. That's important to underscore, I think. And I love the story of an architect like Dana. I mean, there are very few, I suppose, but you know, working on all these different scales and then actually co-authoring legislation twice at the state level. And I'm from California, and we absolutely need state level legislation because that's how things work there. And then Renee, I love this question of, is density the right metric to assess whether we're living well, and looking at choice, change, and place. And then maybe I'll just and not with all the things I was going to say, but just one where I'm seeing some of this stuff show up in my own work, you know, consulting with different government agencies, and somewhere that, you know, flexibility is really showing up is this question of larger apartments. This, in my work, it happens to be in a lower income context where there are households and families that need, you know, something like 5 bedrooms, and there's just not enough. But of course, a family or household might only need 5 bedrooms for a certain number of years. And so really urgent questions about how do we produce apartments then can switch from 5 bedrooms to a 2 and a 3. And that being something that is really important in what I'm seeing.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, no, and I think that well, the final thing you just said brings us right back sort of to the beginning of the day, and also to pick up a little bit on Rosalie's question about cost. Actually, Tom Franson, who led off the day, has a lot to say about that particular issue, because what he alluded to, but has made more clear in other contexts, is that all of this sort of flexible open building model started to make a lot more sense when he decided to become a developer. because of the costs. And it wasn't the upfront costs that were necessarily lower, it was the costs in terms of the life cycle of the building, the maintenance, but maintenance including the possibility of renovation, right? So not just putting a new roof on or replacing a boiler, but also in terms of enabling you to be able to change, to do exactly what Karen just described, but in a way that would have minimal amount of waste of money and waste of material. Now, of course, as he mentioned, that was in a very high income context, right? That's a high-end residential development, which also brought up the fact that one of the kinds of flexibility that he was talking about there was very much that of a family being able to subdivide after a family change. And in fact, one of the examples that he talked about is not always the happy context of, kids going off to university, but of divorce, which does happen. And he talked about, the ability of in one of those units for a couple that split up to separate their units, sell one, and maintain the other as a sort of timeshare pied-à-terre in that context. Now, of course, that also means that those are condos, right? With the value and that wealth creation that we talked about in the final panel being very much embedded in the property market. So in the context that Karen's talking about, we can maybe perhaps learn something more from Sanremo, right? Where you have the ability without any construction whatsoever to swap rooms, right? Of course, you have to do it with your neighbor, which means you have to design a system, not just for the building to be flexible, but for a governance model and a resolution system for disagreements, right? You need to really sort of think about designing, Tom Franzen talked about you have to design the deal as much as you design the building. I think you also have to design the process, not just for consultation at the front end, that's really important, but also how to sort of maintain those over time. And I think a lot of those examples from Europe in the first panel really spoke to that, the notion of design being actively involved in thinking about governance over time, maintenance over time, and systems for collaboration that also last over time and can last through multiple different iterations of different populations of tenants. So I think those are all really interesting things to bring into the conversation, because flexibility, it's not just about walls moving. That's sort of where we started. But then I think that I hope, and hopefully everyone agrees with me, this day has shown just when you start to think about what flexibility can really mean and what it can enable, it can lead you in all sorts of other really important questions that get at the heart of why so much structural inequality is built into our built environment, from questions of land, control, wealth, racism, and a resistance to change of all kinds, which of course is also very congruent with different forms of racism and xenophobia. And that's why, to underline Michael's point, that observation of how spaces are being appropriated needs to be one of the building blocks of any kind of suggestion of transformative possibility. So I think that's a really important moment to bring in. If any of the panelists who are still here, if you have anything else you'd like to say and join this conversation, I invite you to. I would love to especially invite Martha, who's joined us, to turn your camera on, and if you had any reflections on the final panel in particular, we would love to hear them. I also did want to say, before you do that, that Jana Bracken was listening today for part of it. Renee, I wanted to let you know that his daughter Julie helped him to do that, and so we're very delighted. I think he had to go to bed before your very kind words, Renee, but it is, I think, also fitting to think about this legacy as educators, right? So many of us are teaching these things. It's been really amazing from my perspective to see students interacting with the physical display of both this archival content as well as these contemporary projects that we've seen the sample of presented here in a different context today. But thinking about these questions of designing systems, of designing processes for collaboration, processes for maintenance and governance, and how that is not sort of absolving us of architectural responsibility for spatial problems and spatial quality, but has to be done hand in hand. So I don't know, Martha, if you had any thoughts on that in the context of the final panel in particular, or what you've heard today. Oh, I think you're muted.
Can you repeat that question? I was just responding to Dana's hello. I'm sorry.
Oh yes, no, I'm just
other years.
any free associated thoughts you had, but one of the things
Sure.
that I thought I had a feeling that you might have a feeling about was the pedagogical implications of any of these themes, of flexibility, of designing systems, of designing collaboration, of co-designing, of the really interesting questions of community engagement that Dana brought up. Like, what do you do if community engagement is engaging with deeply racist, status quo?
Yeah, well, if we all had answers to those questions, we would be in a world where everybody had a house, right? So, first off, I just want to start by thanking you, Qasim, for being with us here at Spitzer, for bringing us this amazing exhibition. And yes, it's up and open. I answered in the public Q&A that the exhibit is up for another week. We're delighted to have people come and see it, and then also for all the work you've done in organizing this wonderful symposium. And I'm very sorry I couldn't tune in for the whole time, but and deaning has its responsibilities, and they took me away from the first two panels. It's also great to see so many friends and colleagues here, people with whom I've connected with over the years. Dana, wow, great to see you. Thank you for joining us, Renee. We intersected at Berkeley when I was a doctoral student. We didn't know each other so well. You were a teacher and I was a student, but anyway, good to see you. And Rosalie, we've known each other. We've talked about housing and many of the issues. We've been pals in this project for many, many years. And then other folks here as well, Karen, June, Deborah also, and the like. One point I wanted to make, I think another person who, and this couple points just to make, and I would say that another person who haunts this talk, whose spirit haunts this engagement, is a person that Dana and I hold dear, and that person is Robert Gutman. No relation to me, but a close personal friend, a wonderful mentor and supporter of the kinds of treating and treating architecture, treating housing in particular, in the spirit of inquiry that's been offered in this symposium. And so I would just like to say hats off to Bob, and hats off to all the work that he inspired and fostered and mentored and encouraged on the topic of housing, of access, of integrating the discussions of planning, policy, economy, as well as and dwelling in the teaching he did and in his writing. And on that count, Dana edited a wonderful book of reflections on Bob that I think would be useful for all of us who hold these subjects dear. I did want to make one comment, and I'm really sorry that Michael's gone because I want to talk to him about this and this topic, and that is the topic. I never thought there could be anybody who could convince me that it was worth looking at the neighborhood unit again. And so I'm interested in that, in his reviving of that concept, which for me, a concept I was taught to question in architecture school very deeply as a concept I came to look at again in my work in children in public space, and then a concept that in my work on schools and segregation taught me to question really, really profoundly, and coming into understanding through the work of Ansley Erickson and other on the profoundly racist objectives that Perry had for implementing the neighborhood unit plan. And so I've never really, I've been dubious that a neighbor, and this I think addresses some of the questions, many of the questions that Renee and Dana and Michael and others have alluded to, certainly today in the afternoon session and then earlier today, which is how do you take an idea that, how do you ingrain access or embed access to social justice in the architectural fabric? How does that happen? And when a plan that puts schools at the center of neighborhoods in order to preserve homogeneity in neighborhoods rather than to construct heterogeneity is revived, how do we take the social construction of space that's embedded in that idea and reframe it in a way that challenges its preconceptions? And I think Michael's plan in dealing with the edges, right, and taking the pattern and then saying we think about the edges, what happens at the edges and how the edges work as hooks to connect to other places, I think is super promising. Anyways, it may sound particular, but I don't think it is. And I
think that's
I think it's an important point. Thank you for that. But I also think, just with response to your question about pedagogy, Kasim, and it's one reason I'm so glad we have Laura and June and you on this call. My colleagues here at Spitzer, two hired under my watch, very proud to say, and June, of course, and I go back a long time. But I think we need to integrate our teaching of planning with the teaching of design from the point we need to, and our students are hungry for that kind of conversation in which pattern, planning, policy, and architecture are treated as not separate subjects, but ones that are integrally connected with each other. And so I hope we can forge great experiments here at Spitzer on that count, connecting with others of you who are doing the like in other schools. And I'll be quiet now. So.
No, thank you so much. I think that's really, really very much speaks of the spirit of so much of what's happened today. One presentation, Martha, I think you would have particularly appreciated was that it was very, very short and brief and dramatic, and it took place in the context of a manufacturing facility. But Tim Swanson's presentation about his model of training people to build offsite construction, to manufacture modular housing offsite, expressly in a way that they're building something that they themselves can afford. It actually has an interesting connection to Michael's work, because the sites that they are assembling in these disinvested neighborhoods in Chicagoland with a lot of is oftentimes right across from the school, right? And thinking about how to actually build a house that someone can afford and can, think about citing the factories within those neighborhoods as well as a way to, and had a really smart answer, I thought. Laura, I'm curious if you agree that this was an interesting way of talking about the answer to your very fine question about labor, and thinking about the fact that yes, the trade unions might be resistant to some forms of offsite construction because of the way in which those shops have been organized, but they are also dealing with a recruitment problem, right? So if we're thinking about trying to increase gender and racial equity in the trades from a recruitment perspective, that could actually lead to a pipeline development for on-site construction. I thought that was a really interesting way of thinking about it. And also thinking about the edges and the center and the periphery in terms of assembling land, really thinking holistically about a whole range of different, very complicated issues, from financing, and also dealing with government. We talked about both of those in the context of the earliest presentations of social and co-housing in Europe, and thinking about how to design systems, not just for collaboration with residents, but also designing ways of working with very nuanced and specific regulations coming from different municipal authorities, right? The difference is I was surprised to learn between Munich and Berlin were really surprising to me. But you have to really be deeply aware of those kinds of contexts as well. To your point, Marta, that's a pedagogical challenge for all of us. How can we sort of both lift up the specificity of design and spatial intelligence, lift up the values, that Dana is working with in talking about architectures of spatial justice, while also creating familiarity and fluency with these languages of the non-design things that deeply are manifest in the built environment, finance and policy chief among them. I don't know.
One other point I just wanted to make, and now Dana's gone. Oh well, the life on Zoom, but it's real, and this also speaks to Michael's work as well, is that I think it's incredibly promising to see housing and schools being brought in conversation with one another. And in the work that I set aside to be dean in my history writing, I'm looking at exactly those relationships in Harlem and other places, and so to recognize the pairing and recognizing that equity comes, that these two ways of thinking about cities and ways of thinking about neighborhoods and ways of building and making neighborhoods through housing and public spaces connected with housing, and then also through the ways in which we teach and encourage our children to learn and grow and play and live are not they're not separate. They're connected, and they've been deeply, deeply intertwined in ways that are horribly problematic for racial and social equity, and also that hold, as in Dana's work, hold so much promise for rethinking that integration. And certainly, in the 19th century, when you called a school a house because the school was a house, and the school and teachers were housed in the community. So in some ways, we're arriving where we started. So
awesome. Thank you so much. For the rest of you, please turn on your cameras. June, Renee, James, Deborah, Laura, if you're still here. I just think this has been such a stimulating day. I hope you guys agree. Where do we go next? Where do we go from here? How do we think about flexibility and resident agency going forward, either pedagogically or systemically or policy-wise?
May I ask a question of people, Kasim? Because housing or home or dwelling is so absolutely central to every person's identity and interests, I would say, or let's say that. I wonder if people have a sense from their work with groups of people at the building level or at the neighborhood level or at the city or broader level of how those interactions go. And I mean, in a way, this sounds like an utterly naive question, but I hope that it's not. How those interactions go, where the points of tension are, and what can be learned from those conversations about how to have a broader conversation that identifies people's shared interests rather than their points of confrontation.
Yeah, Deborah.
Hi, Rosalie.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Yeah, Rose. Yes. This is Rosalie's Jubilee. She's one of her Jubilee events. Anyway, that's such a good question. I will say I work with underserved communities primarily, and they are way more game than any non-underserved client I have. And maybe it's because they have nothing to lose and everything to gain. But and in certain ways, but they from extreme sustainability values to very strong notions of mutual care and sharing and the sharing economy. It's really stunning. They're like years ahead of many people. The other thing is they're very surprising because, when you work with people who live in nature, which I sometimes do, they are strong supporters of public housing, but they're also not dialectical in a very old-fashioned way where they demonize the private, and especially because they understand what it means to be redlined and to buy a house in Westchester, to buy into that kind of structure that we are all, rightfully trying to change in certain ways. Why now? Why them? Not be able to buy into something that other people have built their wealth on for 150 years. So it's such a lesson because it's a position where people are willing to take a lot of risks, but are not do not dismiss many paths to their own brighter future, and it's amazing education.
Awesome.
Can I just add something to
please
that?
do.
And these are conversations I have all the time in suburban settings with varied audiences. And it is striking how in the same kind of paragraph, someone can shift from saying there's no housing to be found, everything's insanely expensive, this is just unsustainable, to, but we can't change zoning, nothing can change. It's non-starter, and that would be the beginning of the end, and just like in the same like utterance, holding both things at once. And often then the conversation, at least to be able to have a conversation, what about your children, your grandchildren? Can you admit that other people might desire and want something or live differently from how you do and have and want? So so that's one of the things that just keeps coming up. So I just wanted to share that. But one of the things that, certainly in the suburban setting, there is so much land that's obsolete with non-residential development. And there's so much opportunity to, add more housing of different types, and really just add diversity and change and flexibility, not by kind of building a whole new neighborhood out in the outlier, but just like refixing and making the places we already have, where assumptions were built in about the proportion of the land that would be for this use versus the proportion for other uses. So
yeah, no, I think that's a really wonderful way of thinking about the future of all this, is that of opportunity, right? I mean, even in things that weren't necessarily conceived with an ethic of anticipatory possible future retrofit, we don't have a choice. We have to build a lot of new environments, and we have to also live better in those environments that we already have. There's a lot of housing out there, and there's a lot of other space out there that we really need to think about. It was a little triggering for me to see Dana's image of the builder's remedy, having lost the option for a builder's remedy last week in New York State. And oftentimes when I've been giving tours of the exhibition up until this week, I would talk about it in the context of Governor Hochul's housing compact, and how there's going to be 800,000 units of housing, and how this is somewhat analogous to the condition of the Netherlands between 1945 and 1960, when they built 1 million new units and all this kind of thing. But these things really do come around again, and we have to be ready, maybe possibly with better political preparation, but also with better analysis and understanding of what are those opportunities that are embedded in the built environment that we already have, and how can that also dovetail with new ways of teaching process, teaching an awareness of finance, an awareness of the history and the politics, right? I teach those redlining maps in 3 of my 5 classes, right? But then what do you do with that, right? How do you actually then make that next step to thinking about that in the context of contemporary zoning, or thinking about that in the context of contemporary abilities to retrofit an existing single family house into a fourplex? All of these things I think are really, really important issues to think about, and to do it in the spirit that was the inspiration for this whole project, that of John Abraken's deep commitment to agency and to flexibility, to observation, to looking closely in a non-judgmental eye at how people are living, and to make very concrete and bold propositions, but to do so from a way that was deeply rooted in observation and in analysis and in experimentation, and not in thinking about static forms, when the thing that we all love about all these environments is the dynamics of them, right? Is the fact that people change. So too should our built environments. So I want to thank everyone so very much for being with us on this really stimulating day. As Rosalie said, we're going to have a lot to unpack and think about. And I will certainly be thinking about this for quite some time. You do have another week and a half or so to check out the exhibition. If you're in New York, please come to Spitzer. We would love to have you. I'm giving a bunch of tours next week too, so just pop on in and I'll show you around. Yeah, thank you everyone so much. This has been so stimulating, and I really appreciate everyone's involvement.
Take care all. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.